Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although important federal government data for the past couple of months have yet to be released, available public and private sector data suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed as much since our meeting in October. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. As a separate matter, we also decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities solely for the purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time, thus supporting effective control of our policy rate. I will have more to say about monetary policy and its implementation after briefly reviewing economic developments. Although some key government data have yet to be released, available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Consumer spending appears to have remained solid, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector remains weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government has likely weighed on economic activity in the current quarter, but these effects should be mostly offset by higher growth next quarter, reflecting the reopening. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects that real GDP will rise 1.7% this year and 2.3% next year, somewhat stronger than projected in September. In the labor market, although official employment data for October and November are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. The official report on the labor market for September, the most recent release, showed that the unemployment rate continued to edge up, reaching 4.4%, and that job gains had slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. In our SEP, the median projection of the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Very little data on inflation have been released since our meeting in October. Total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices also rose 2.8%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from their peaks earlier in the year, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.9% this year and 2.4% next year, a bit lower than the median projection in September. Thereafter, the median falls to 2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 3.5 to 3.75%. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. A reasonable base case is that the effects of tariffs on inflation will be relatively short-lived, effectively a one-time shift in the price level. Our obligation is to make sure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. But with downside risks to employment having risen in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to lower our policy rate by a 1/4 percentage point. With today's decision, we have lowered our policy rate 3/4 percentage point over our last 3 meetings. This further normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2% once the effects of tariffs have passed through. The adjustments to our policy stance since September bring it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral and leave us well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path of the federal funds rate under what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.4% at the end of 2026 and 3.1% at the end of 2027, unchanged from September. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty, and they're not a committee plan or decision. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. Let me turn now to issues related to the implementation of monetary policy, with the reminder that these issues are separate from and have no implications for the stance of monetary policy. In light of the continued tightening in money market interest rates relative to our administered rates and other indicators of reserve market conditions, the committee judged that reserve balances have declined to ample levels. Accordingly, at today's meeting, the committee decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities, mainly Treasury bills, for the sole purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time. Such increases in our securities holdings ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range and are necessary because the growth of the economy leads to rising demand over time for our liabilities, including currency and reserves. As detailed in a statement released today by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, reserve management purchases will amount to $40 billion in the first month and may remain elevated for a few months to alleviate expected near-term pressures in money markets. Thereafter, we expect the size of reserve management purchases to decline, though the actual pace will depend on market conditions. In our implementation framework, an ample supply of reserves means that the federal funds rate and other short-term interest rates are primarily controlled by the setting of our administered rates, rather than day-to-day discretionary interventions in money markets. In this regime, standing repurchase agreement or repo operations are a critical tool to ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range, even on days of elevated pressures in money markets. Consistent with this view, the committee eliminated the aggregate limit on standing repo operations. These operations are intended to support monetary policy implementation and smooth market functioning and should be used when economically sensible. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably down to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. At the Fed, we will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Howard.
Thank you. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Just first turning to the statement, just to be clear, we're on the same page here. The insertion of the phrase, considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments, does that indicate that the Fed is now on hold until there's some clearer signal from inflation or jobs or the evolution of the economy along the baseline outlook?
So, yes, the adjustments since September bring our policy within a broad range of estimates of neutral. And as we noted in our statement today, we are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. That new language points out that we'll carefully evaluate that incoming data. And also, I would note that having reduced our policy rate by 75 basis points since September and 175 basis points since last September, the Fed funds rate is now within a broad range of estimates of its neutral value, and we are well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves.
And if I could follow up on the outlook there, it seems like with the additional GDP growth coupled with easing inflation and a fairly steady unemployment rate, this seems like a pretty optimistic outlook for next year. What's given rise to that? Is this an early bet on AI? Is there some sense of improving productivity out there? What's driving that?
So a number of things are driving what's happening in the forecast. And I would say if you look broadly at outside forecasts, you do see a pickup in growth in many of those now too. So it's partly that consumer spending has held up. It's been resilient, and it to another degree it is that AI spending on data centers and related to AI has been holding up business investment. So overall, the baseline expectation for next year is, at least at the Fed, and I think with outside forecasters too, is a pickup in growth from today's relatively low level of 1.7%. I mentioned that the SEP median is 1.7 for this year growth and 2.3 for next year. You actually some of that is due to the shutdown. So you can take 0.2 out of 2026 and put it in 2025. So it would really be 1.9 and 2.1. But overall, yes, for a few reasons, fiscal policy is going to be supportive. And as I mentioned, AI spending will continue. The consumer continues to spend. So it looks like the baseline would be solid growth next year.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions here. You had previously described rate cuts in terms of a risk management framework, and kind of following up on what Howard was asking, is the risk management phase of rate cuts over here? And have you taken out sufficient insurance, I guess, against potential weakness in terms of the data we might get next week when it comes to employment?
So we're going to get a great deal of data between now and the January meeting, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that. And the data that we get are going to factor into our thinking. But yes, we have. If you go back, we held our policy rate at 5.4% for more than.
How many of y'all think Donald Trump called him on the phone and said, "You better not say nothing crazy. You better not say nothing crazy. You better go out there and say what the hell I tell you to say"? How many of y'all think Donald Trump called his ass up and said that shit?
In a year, because inflation was high, very high, and unemployment and the labor market was really solid at that point. So what happened is over last summer of 24, inflation came down, and the labor market began to show real signs of weakness. And so we decided, as our framework tells us to do, that when the risks to the two goals become more equal, you should move from a stance that favors really dealing with one of them, in that case inflation, to a more balanced, more neutral setting. And so we did that. We did some cutting, and then we paused for a while to work our way through what was happening in the middle of the year. And then we resumed cuts in September, and we've cut now 3. We've now cut a total of 175 basis points. And as I mentioned, we feel like where we're positioned now we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy evolves from here.
If I could just follow up on the SEP, you have a whole lot of big increase in the growth numbers, but not a big decline in the unemployment numbers. And is that an AI factor in there? What is going on in terms of the dynamic of you get more growth, but you don't get a whole lot of decline in unemployment? Thank you, sir.
So the implication is obviously higher productivity. And some of that may be AI. It just also, I think, productivity has just been almost structurally higher for several years now. So if you start thinking of it as 2% per year, you can sustain higher growth without more job creation. Of course, higher productivity is also what enables incomes to rise over long periods of time. So it's basically a good thing, but that's certainly the implication.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. Today's decision was clearly very divided. It wasn't just the 2 official dissents against the cut, but there were also soft dissents from 4 others. And I'm just wondering if this reluctance from several people to support recent reductions suggests that there is a much higher bar for cuts in the near term. And
Don't worry about it, Jeffrey. We got money in our back pocket. Our current president sells pardons. We should be good.
And what exactly does the committee need to see if things are well positioned right now to support a January reduction?
Sure. So let me just say, as I mentioned, and as I've mentioned here before, the situation is that our 2 goals are a bit in tension, right? So interestingly, everyone around the table at the FOMC agrees that inflation is too high and that we want it to come down, and agrees that the labor market has softened and that there's further risk. Everyone agrees on that. Where the difference is how do you weight those risks, and what does your forecast look like, and where do you, ultimately where do you think the bigger risk is, and it's very unusual to have persistent tension between the 2 parts of the mandate, and when you do, this is what you see, and I think it's actually what you would expect to see, and we do see it. Meanwhile, the discussions we have are as good as any we've had in my 14 years at the Fed. They're very thoughtful, respectful, and you just have people who have strong views, and we come together and we reach a place where we can make a decision. We made a decision today. We had 9 out of 12 supported it, so fairly broad support. But it's not like the normal situation where everyone agrees on the direction and what to do. It's more spread out, and I think that's only inherent in the situation. In terms of what it would take, we all have an outlook in terms of what's going to come, but I think ultimately having cut 75 and the effects of the 75 basis points will only begin to be coming in. As I've said before a couple of times, we're well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves. We'll just have to see. And we will get, as you know, quite a bit of data. I should mention on the data, as long as I'm talking about it, that we're going to need to be careful in assessing, particularly the household survey data. There are very technical reasons about the way data are collected in some of these measures, both in inflation and in labor, in the labor market, so that the data may be distorted and not just sort of more volatile, but distorted, and that's really because data was not collected in October and half of November. So we're going to get data, but we're going to have to look at it carefully and with a somewhat skeptical eye by the time of the January meeting. Notwithstanding that, we will have.
Now, why exactly weren't we collecting data? What he just said, we didn't get data in September, October, November. We didn't get no data. Why didn't we get data? After 84 years of collecting data, why didn't we get data? Somebody put it in the chat.
A lot of the December data by the time of the January meeting. So we expect to see a lot more, but I'm just saying that what we get for example, CPI or for the household survey, we're gonna look at that really carefully and understand that it may be distorted by very technical factors.
And just one more question on dissents. I mean, you talk about it in a very positive way, just given the complicated nature of the situation we're in economically. But is there any point in which those dissents become counterproductive, either to the Fed's communication and the messaging around the policy path forward?
I don't feel that we're at that point at all. I don't. I would say, again, these are good, thoughtful, respectful discussions, and you hear people say, and you hear many outside analysts say the same thing. I could make a case for either side. I mean, I could make that case. It's a close call. We have to make decisions, and we always hope that the data will give us a clear read, but in this situation, you have competing. If you look through the SEP, you'll see that a very large number of participants agree that risks are to the upside for unemployment and to the upside for inflation. So what do? You've got one tool. You can't do two things at once. So at what pace do you move? What size moves do you make, and that kind of thing? And what's the timing of them? It's very.
Oh, the Republicans are going to lose in the midterm. They're going to lose. Oh, absolutely, positively, because they reject. It's a rejection. It's such a deep rejection. It's such a deep rejection. The whole thing. The president has done too much. He's went too much to the right, and most people say, "Oh no, I'm not crossing that bridge. I wasn't crossing the bridge from the beginning, but I'm definitely not crossing the bridge with you. I'm not letting you lead me across this bridge." So, oh hell yeah, most definitely. I don't know how bad, but I do know that they probably will take the Democrats will probably take the House, huh? Cause I follow geeks. I follow a lot of geeks that do polling. That do a lot of polling.
It's a very challenging situation. I think we're in a good place to, as I mentioned, to wait and see how the economy evolves.
Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, there's been some discussion recently of the 1990s. In the 1990s, the committee did two discrete sequences of 3 quarter-point cuts, one in 1995-96 and one in 1998. And after both of those, the next move in rates was up, not down. With policy now closer to neutral, is it a foregone conclusion that the next move in rates is down, or should we think of policy risks as genuinely two-sided from here?
So I don't think that a rate hike is anybody's base case at this point, and I'm not hearing that. What you see is some people feel we should stop here and that we're at the right place and just wait. Some people feel like we should cut once or more this year and next year. But when people are writing down their estimates of policy of where it should go, it is either holding here or cutting a little or cutting more than a little. So I don't see the base case as involving that. So of course, a data set of 2, now 3 is not a big data set, but you are right about those 2 3 cut times in the 90s.
If I could follow up, the unemployment rate has been rising very gradually for the better part of 2 years. And indeed, the statement today no longer describes the unemployment rate as remaining low. What gives you confidence it won't continue rising in 2026, especially when housing and other rate-sensitive sectors still appear to be feeling restrictive policy from the notwithstanding the 150 basis points in cuts prior to today?
So I think the idea is that with now having cut 75 basis points more now and having policy, I'd call it in a broad range of plausible estimates of neutral, that will be a place which will enable the labor market to stabilize or to only tick up 1 or 2 more tenths, but we won't see, any kind of a sharper downturn, which we haven't seen any evidence of at all. At the same time, policy is still in a place where it's not accommodative, and we feel like we have made progress this year in non-tariff related inflation, and as tariffs come through, as they flow through, that'll show through next year. But as I said, we're well placed to wait and see how that turns out. That is our expectation, but we're going to start to see the data, and it'll tell us whether we were right or not.
Claire.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. A lot of people interpreted your comments at the October meeting that, when there's a foggy situation, we slow down, to mean that, there wouldn't be a cut now, there'd be a cut in January instead. So it'd be good to get a sense of why did the committee decide to move today rather than to move in January instead? Thank you.
Right. So in October, I said that there was no certainty of moving, and that was that was indeed correct. I said it's possible you could think about it that way, but I was careful to say other people could look at it differently. So why did we move today? I would say point to a couple things. First of all, gradual cooling in the labor market has continued. Unemployment is now up 0.3 from June through September. Payroll jobs averaging 40,000 per month since April. We think there's an overstatement in these numbers by about 60,000. So that would be negative 20,000 per month. And also just to point out one other thing, surveys of households and businesses both show declining supply and demand for workers. So I think you can say that the labor market has continued to cool gradually, maybe just a touch more gradually than we thought. In terms of inflation, it's going to come in a touch lower. And I think the evidence is kind of growing that what's happening here is services inflation coming down, and that's offset by increases in goods. And that goods inflation is entirely in sectors where there are tariffs. So that does build on the story. And so far, it's only a story that that the goods inflation, which is really the source of the excess at this point, almost more than half the source of the excess inflation is goods, is tariffs. And you've got to say then, so what do we expect from tariffs? And I would say that is to some extent down to looking for broader economic, heat. Do we see a hot economy? Do we see constraints? Do we see what's going on with wages? You saw the ECI report today. It doesn't feel like a hot economy that wants to generate, Phillips curve kind of inflation. So we look at all those things, and we say that this was a decision to make. It obviously wasn't unanimous, but overall, that was the judgment that we made, and that's the action we took.
Just on the ample reserves point, how concerned were people around the table about some of the tensions we've seen in money markets? Thank you.
I wouldn't say concerned. So what really happened is this.
They doing a little tightrope. They know that the job numbers and everything is shitty. They know all of them know. They know. They just ain't saying. And he's playing footsie. He has to dance this dance. But we know the job numbers are shitty. Otherwise, they'd be all out there with the job numbers on the board. They'd have the job numbers on the board and screaming and hollering, "Ooh-wee, our job numbers good." They ain't out there doing that, so that tells me they suck.
Balance sheet shrinkage, sometimes called QT, went on. We had a framework in place for monitoring it, and nothing happened. The overnight reverse repo facility went down pretty much close to zero. And then beginning in September, the federal funds rate started to tick up within the range, right? And it ticked up almost all the way to interest on reserve balances. There's nothing wrong with that. What that's telling you is that we're actually in an ample reserves regime. So, we knew this was going to come. When it finally did come, it came a little quicker than expected, but we were absolutely there to take the actions that we said we would take. So, and those actions are today. So, we announced that we're resuming reserve management purchases. That is completely separate from monetary policy. It's just we need to keep an ample supply of reserves out there. Why so big? The answer to that is, if you look ahead,
we're gonna roll somewhere else. We're gonna roll somewhere else. This is wild. I don't know about y'all, but I don't understand a fucking thing he's saying. Not really. This is fucked up. Articles of impeachment introduced against RFK. What the hell is going on? Articles of impeachment are introduced against RFK. What the hell?
Trust. And
Whoa.
today I am formally introducing articles of impeachment against RFK Jr. I announced my intent to start impeachment proceedings against RFK in September, and today we're doing it. Secretary Kennedy is driving up costs, endangering lives, undermining public health, betraying public trust, and threatening Michigan families and our world-class research institutions. These are violations of his oath of office. We are in a public health emergency. It is time to protect science, protect lives, and to hold him accountable. RFK Jr.'s dangerous misinformation campaign is undermining public trust in doctors, researchers, and life-saving medicine. We've seen him fire vaccine experts and replace them with conspiracy theorists who are making Americans, specifically children, more vulnerable to deadly diseases. He's now even saying that infants shouldn't get Hep B vaccines. We've watched him ignore the science and make outlandish claims about Tylenol, vaccines, and autism. And his reckless cuts for cancer research, vaccine development, and other critical programs mean fewer discoveries and fewer cures for the future. Michigan is home to world-class research institutions. Our universities, U of M, MSU, Wayne State, and Michigan Tech save lives and create good paying jobs. I've heard from Michigan researchers, doctors who are doing cutting edge pediatric cancer research in my state, that their funding is being slashed. Let me say that again. RFK's cuts are preventing Michigan's best and brightest from fighting childhood cancer.
I believe that by them cutting all of this stuff, I believe they're doing a smash and grab of all the money. This administration is doing a smash and grab of all the money. This is what I believe. Every person that's in charge of something, they're always talking about saving money, doing this, that, and the third. I believe it's a smash and grab. And this president has allowed these people to smash and grab. Everybody knew that RFK was incompetent and could not run a cabinet. That's crazy. Now, articles of impeachment, this is wild. For RFK Jr., articles of impeachment. This is crazy. This is wild. We knew he was incompetent. We just hope they didn't fuck up just as quickly, but they fucked up just as quickly. Jesus.
It's cruel. I've heard from Republican doctors in Michigan who've been calling me to thank me for standing up for science and against RFK's chaos. RFK Jr. is making decisions that raise healthcare costs for Michigan families. He championed the Big Beautiful Bill, which will kick millions off their insurance. He's eliminated public health recommendations for certain vaccines, creating uncertainty about whether insurance companies have to cover them. Under his leadership, RFK Jr. has tried to make it harder to enroll in affordable healthcare plans, forcing Americans to pocket extra costs and increase the number of people who will go without insurance. For months, I have sounded.
Just Shemp, why don't you do us all a favor? Please do us all a favor and grow up. Please do us all a favor and grow up. They just introduced articles of impeachment against RFK Jr. Nobody is in the chat talking about X, Y, and Z. I don't understand where you all get a lie. I don't understand where you get somebody's fucking up on y'all. Y'all make it seem like nobody understands that you guys got to be the smartest people in the room, that these Republicans are not corrupt. All of these people in this administration is corrupt, including the president. That's why they fired articles of impeachment against him. And they're about to file articles of impeachment on Hegseth. And they're thinking about disbarring Kristi Noem and Bondi. What part of their incompetent don't you get? I don't understand. What part of incompetent administration don't y'all get? They just filing articles of impeachment and all just for fun. And do you wonder why Do you wonder why they can never arrest and put in jail Democratic administrations like Joe Biden? You wonder why they can never put them in jail? Because they don't do things to get impeached. They don't do illegal things. Only goofy goofies believe this president when he says Democrats are evil, Democrats are corrupt, and they never go to jail. You notice that no Democrats go to jail, right? You notice that, right? Except one or two on the fringes go to jail. But most of the people that be in the administration don't go to jail. I don't understand. You name one person in Joe Biden's administration that went to jail. In the administration, not a Democrat, in the administration. And that's where your goofy online poker rush. Your president told y'all that Democrats, there were corrupt Democrats, and they were going to go to jail. He was going to clean out the swamp. What he didn't tell you was he was a part of the swamp, and his Republicans were just as corrupt. That's what he didn't tell y'all, and y'all didn't believe it. Okay? But now they're introducing articles of impeachment against RFK. They're going to introduce articles of impeachment against Pete Hegseth. Kristi Noem is in trouble, and Bondi is in trouble. Oh, the whole cabinet is in trouble. The whole cabinet is incompetent. That's wild.
The alarm, demanding answers about his cuts to cancer research, and specifically pediatric cancer research. I have heard from scientists, vaccine experts, doctors in Michigan, even Republican doctors, that he has been reckless. I called on him to resign.
Just the fact that they filed him. Just the fact that they filed them. Just the fact that they filed impeachment charges on a sitting cabinet member. That's wild. And all you can do is come in the chat and crash out and say liberal libtards. Retard. That's the only thing you got. You need to be looking at your party. Look at your party.
When he doubled down by slashing cancer research and vaccine programs, I introduced legislation to restore the funding he gutted for cancer research. When he ignored those calls and pushed new conspiracy theories about Tylenol, I called on him to resign again. Enough is enough. We cannot allow a public official to weaponize misinformation while cutting the very research that saves lives. It's time today to impeach RFK Jr. This is about protecting the health and safety of Michigan families.
That's wild, online poker rush. You cannot get out of your head to see that nobody's spreading lies. This is your Republican Party that's incompetent. Instead of saying, maybe, just maybe my party might have a problem, you over here talking about we spreading lies. Talk about zombie. Talk about zombie talk. Just zombies y'all are.
And every American. I will always stand up for science, truth, and the health of every family. And that is what this is about. This is what leadership looks like. And this is what Michigan deserves.
Jesus. And then that's one. Here's the articles of impeachment against Pete Hegseth. Let's see what this is about. Let's see what the articles of impeachment right here that they about to pull out on his ass. It's crazy. Now, wait a minute. Where does he come out there and announce the articles of? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Then now we got those articles. We've got these articles finna be introduced, or just about to get introduced. Just wild right there. Just wild. Let's see.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How is you all?
Good.
So good to see you all. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for fighting for America. because we love United States of America. We will not stand anyone creating these crimes, war crimes, and we're going to fight for our Constitution. We're going to fight for the rule of law, and we're going to fight for our Constitution. All right, so I got to go in a few minutes to go vote in the House because I never miss my votes. But I wanted to be here and talk about the articles of impeachment I'm bringing against this reckless, incompetent Secretary of Defense. So we know that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is uniquely unqualified for his role. Unqualified. But every day it becomes clearer that he is engaging in unlawful, illegal activity.
Yeah, even the lady who tried to prosecute Letitia James, her work was signed off by Bondi. Between her and Bondi, they can be disqualified or disbarred. That's how I said, that's what I meant by Bondi can possibly be disbarred because of her work with this trying to prosecute Letitia James.
Yeah. That is why today I am introducing 2 articles of impeachment against Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. One for murder and conspiracy to murder, and another for reckless and unlawful mishandling of classified information. Recently, Pete Hegseth has been under increased scrutiny for his direct orders to kill everybody on a small civilian boat off the coast of Venezuela, which had no indication of being hostile.
Shame!
We now know the boat was not equipped to reach the United States, and the people on the boat were not criminals but migrants fleeing the country of Venezuela to a small nation of Trinidad and Tobago, thousands and thousands of miles from the United States. This boat, this 39-feet boat, if it had to come to the United States, it would have to refuel some 20 times before they can reach our shore. And we now know that Pete Hegseth not only carried out these strikes, but ordered those under his command to kill everybody and leave no survivors, an illegal act under our own laws of war. Even when 2 of those on board clung to life on the side of the boat, he ordered them to strike again to make sure they were dead. This was not an act of war. Congress has not declared war on Venezuela.
I don't think Pete Hegseth is just an evil person. I believe he just didn't know better. I believe for some reason, I don't believe he knew what he was doing when he ordered the murder of those 2 people clinging on the side of the boat. And that's part of the reason why some people shouldn't be in charge of other people, because they don't know better. And I believe he didn't know better.
Hegseth and the administration gave the excuse of fighting narco-terrorism, but provided no evidence for their claim. So let's be clear, these are extrajudicial, unlawful killings. Extrajudicial, unlawful killings. This was murder.
That's right.
In addition, he is also actively endangering the lives of our brave service members. Earlier this year, Pete Hegseth recklessly mishandled classified information, leaking war plans in a signal group chat, an unauthorized form of communication of classified information by the US government. Even worse, he accidentally added a journalist, Jeffrey Goldberg, to his group chat. Hegseth proceeded to then leak classified war plans, including exact targets, methods of attack, and the exact times at which these targets would be attacked. The strikes were subsequently made on these targets identical to how Pete Hegseth described them in this signal chat. If this information got into the wrong hands, American lives could have been easily lost. Such reckless and unlawful handling of classified information would be, for any Pete Hegseth's millions of civilian and military subordinates, a career-ending offense and likely result in criminal prosecution. This has to end now. That is why today I am calling for impeachment of Pete Hegseth.
Yes!
For the crime of murder and conspiracy to murder, for the reckless and unlawful mishandling of classified information, for the flagrant violation of numerous military laws. I came here as an immigrant. I love United States of America. I love this country. I love this country so much that I will not be bullied. I will not be intimidated. I am going to go forward and introduce these articles of impeachment because it is the right thing to do.
That's right!
Absolutely. If you all feel like that as congressmen, that Hegseth has committed murder, I believe he committed murder. We all believe he committed murder. Every person believes he committed murder. But it really doesn't matter because you all will introduce the articles of impeachment, and the Republicans who don't stand for anything, who really don't stand for anything, who don't care about the Constitution, who don't care about the American people. Not really. They really don't care about the American people. They look at this whole video and then they come and I think it's two or three. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think it's a couple Republicans that knew he know this is considered murder. Yeah, you're right. It's a couple people. Yeah. Rand Paul, Mackey, a couple senators said they think he committed murder. Oh, okay.
Thing to do to protect our democracy.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Happy Face. I don't even know what you're talking about. Don't nobody even know what you're talking about.
It is the right thing to do
Right.
for peace. It is the right thing to do to protect our service members. Today, in the audience, we have many veterans behind me, in front of me, and I thank you all for your patriotism. I thank you all for your love of the United States of America. I thank you all
Sure I am, Happy Face. But yet and still, your whole cabinet is incompetent. I'm the stupid one, but your whole cabinet is about to be impeached. And your president put him in place. But I'm stupid.
Service to the great country on earth, United States of America.
Thank you.
And I am doing this because I love United States of America. As an immigrant who came here to this country when I was 24 years old, I don't take this country for granted. I don't take the greatness of this country for granted. We are the best hope for democracy. And when someone breaks the law, the rule of law, when someone does unconstitutional activities, when someone endangers our...
Of course he's a fraud. Of course he's a fraud. Nobody's a fraud. No, I'm sorry. Everybody's a fraud. Everybody's a liar. Everybody's stupid except your side of the aisle. Now, if you weren't into the zombie bubble, you would know that what I just said has got to be the dumbest shit you ever heard. None of the people on your side is anything wrong with the people on your side. It's all on my side. all on my side. It's never the Republican side where you got goofballs, goofies, stupids, clowns. It's all on the Democratic side. Never your side. Never at all. None of the clowns that are in charge of the goddamn cabinet. None of those clowns. Hegseth. None of those. And they be trying to out-clown each other. That's the fucked up part. They be trying to out-clown each other. The biggest clown we done seen so far, Hegseth, clown, committing murder. Let it leak, let a whole war plan leak on a goddamn tweet. A whole war plan. 10-ear. Go to the cabinet of men. Go to the whole fleet of the army, the military, and talk 2-point crazy. Just a 10-ear. This is somebody we want to be the Secretary of Defense. You goofy Pam Bondi, hiring the dumbest chick ever to prosecute Letitia James. They turned them down 3 times, said, hell no, we ain't taking this dumbass case. The prosecutor said, hell no, we ain't taking this dumbass case. Take this shit back over there to the White House and tell your dumbass president we ain't trying to indict nobody on no housing fraud. Take this dumbass shit over there. And by the way, you introduced paperwork wrong, and I should disbar your ass. Just dumb. Bondi and the chick, the two that introduced the paperwork to try to get Letitia James and Comey. Just dumb. Almost got them both disbarred. They lucky if they don't get disbarred. Get your ass the hell up out of here and don't be introducing no dumbass shit again. That's what the judge said. You and your goofy ass Bondi chick. And then you got who else? You got Hegseth, the real problem right there. Then you got Bondi, and then you got Nome. Christy Nome, the chick who Trump bought 2 planes on the American taxpayers' back for $200 million, $100 million apiece, and she over there stealing money with her family. Stealing money over there with her family and finna get indicted right now for some dumb shit. And who is there? Cash Patel. Cash Patel, who don't know whether he coming or going. Shut your ass up about that. Some Democrats is corrupt. Shut your ass up. Y'all ain't got no room to talk about nobody. Nobody. You Republicans don't have no room to talk about nobody. Nobody. Y'all can't defend nobody. Ain't defending nobody. Can't defend nobody. Shut your ass up. Can't defend nobody.
Mr. President,
it's indefensible.
Senator from California. Almost 6 years ago, I stood here on the Senate floor. I was not yet a member of this body and spoke as a House member leading President.
Because everybody in this administration is more goofy than me.
President Trump's first impeachment. We are not enemies, I said, quoting Lincoln, but friends. We must not be enemies. If Lincoln could speak those words during the Civil War, I observed, surely we could say them and mean them now. In the 6 years since that impeachment, our country has only become further divided. It has become even more challenging for Americans to speak with each other, with our neighbors, even with members of our own families who have been alienated from one another. How we begin to heal our present wounds and bring about a sense of common purpose that has been lost, it is difficult to say, as the causes of our division are many. But I suspect if there is a common denominator to what must be done, it begins with a renewed effort to better understand each other, who we are, where we come from, what drives us. In that spirit, let me tell you a little bit about who I am that may differ from the version that many Americans see on Fox or in the president's social media feed, and what I've done to introduce myself to my 40 million new constituents. Because I intend to be a senator for all Californians, in the red areas and the blue and everywhere else in between. That's one reason I sought to join the Senate Agriculture Committee, the first time in more than 30 years that our nation's largest agriculture-producing state has had a seat at that table. I've traveled the state on planes, trains, automobiles, even boats, visiting nearly half of California's 58 counties, including some of the most conservative parts of our state. I've toured almond orchards and cilantro fields, health clinics and food banks and affordable housing developments. I even took part in an ill-advised game of dice at a bar in Los Baños while drinking a bitter Dutch liqueur, which I will not be repeating. Wherever I go, I've asked Californians the same question: how can I help? Now, it is certainly true, depending on where I am in the Golden State, that sometimes
Y'all don't stand for nothing, Black Wolf. Y'all don't stand for nothing, and you have nothing to stand on. You don't know no Democrats. You don't know none. But we got to know y'all. We definitely got to know y'all Republicans. We definitely got to know y'all, and people can't stand it.
I have to break through the caricatures of me on right-wing media, and that could be a challenge, but it is one I very much enjoy. There is nothing more fun in politics than upsetting people's expectations. I knew, for example, that I was making progress when a farmer in conservative Butte County told me after an hour-long meeting, "I don't know why the president calls you watermelon head. You have a perfectly normal-sized head." And that comes from a farmer who knows a thing or two about melons. Traveling across California has only underscored that it's the honor of a lifetime to serve the state I so deeply love in the Senate. I'm especially humbled to serve alongside my friend and colleague, Alex Padilla, and to follow in the footsteps of trailblazing giants who have gone before us: Dianne Feinstein, Barbara Boxer, and our own Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, in whose hard office I now sit. I'm grateful beyond measure to my staff, the smartest, hardest working, best looking bunch of public servants in America, whose dedication to the people of California inspires me every day. And of course, I am deeply grateful to my family.
I hope you ain't talking about your corrupt president. I hope you ain't talking about your corrupt president. Because if he could sell it, he could sell his own mama. He would sell his own mama.
My strong, loving, daring, and caring wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve.
Ain't nobody like, that's the thing. None of y'all can fit. The whole point is, ain't none of the Democrats went to jail for the bullshit your trash president has ever said. You just believed that your trash president said. All those Democrats is corrupt, and not now one of them went to jail. I don't even understand how y'all square that. They all corrupt. They all taking money. They all done did what the hell is it? Fraud. But ain't none of them went to jail. Why ain't none of them went to jail if all of them commit fraud? I wait, but y'all gonna do acrobats about that too. Barack Obama did so much corrupt shit. Why he ain't went to jail? Everybody done did such corrupt shit in the Democratic Party. Why ain't nobody went to jail? Why ain't Adam Schiff went to jail? Because they ain't corrupt. Goofies. It's your people who keep saying that they're corrupt. I'm corrupt. Just dumb. That's the first thing I would think. If they said, if the people I believe said they corrupt, I would believe you'd be putting them in jail. You'd be putting them in jail. Because they're above the law, really? And yet they were able to get 34 felonies off on your guy? They got your guy for 34 felonies, but they couldn't get Schiff, James, and Comey? But they couldn't get none of them? But they got your guy for 34 felonies? Just wild.
Children, Lexi and Eli, of whom I am immensely proud.
If these people were guilty of the shit your goofy boss said, they would be in jail. they would have felonies like your guy do. I don't understand, Black Wolf. Goofy. Maybe you need to go talk to some of your family.
My late parents, Ed and Cheryl, who taught me everything important, and my brothers, Daniel and David. Like so many Americans, I owe who.
That's the one thing we're gonna keep saying it. Why ain't none of the Democrats went to jail? All this Democrats is corrupt. Democrats need to be in jail. Why they ain't went to jail? They 34 fake manufactured felonies. You see, y'all see this goofy shit right here? Y'all see that goofy shit right there, right?
Who I am to my family. My family owes who we've become to the opportunities this country has afforded us. My parents, Ed and Cheryl, were the grand.
We got to keep flipping those red seats blue. We just got to keep flipping them because we just got to keep, because these people will take our country down a shitty path. We already down in the hole. We need to start fighting to get up out of the hole.
Children of immigrants from Eastern Europe, from Lithuania and Poland, and as my parents used to say with pride, from the shtetl to the Congress in 3 generations.
Yep.
Only in America. My father, Ed, left high school early to join the military at the end of World War II. He tried to enlist in the Marine Corps, but failed the physical, flat feet and bad eyes. 2 weeks later, he went to enlist in the Army, thinking there might be a different physical standard, or at least a different examining physician. As it turned out, it was the same standard and the same damn physician. Wait, weren't you here 2 weeks ago, the doctor asked? My father said yes. You really want to get in that bad? My father said yes. And just like that, Ed Schiff was in the U.S. Army. After he left the service, my father went to college on the GI Bill. He later dropped out, one of the few decisions in life he came to regret, and went into the schmata business. That's Yiddish for clothing or rags, and sold schmata up and down New England. Eventually, he got promoted and moved our family from Framingham, Massachusetts, to Scottsdale, Arizona, and finally to Alamo, California. We went from working class to middle class, my father eventually getting out of the clothing business and buying a lumber yard. I grew up like so many other kids in that era with Little League and Cub Scouts and lemonade stands, my mother ringing a cowbell to let us know when it was dinner time. The sonorous, authoritative voice of Walter Cronkite on the TV, and summers spent working in restaurants or hauling sacks of concrete and roofing materials. We lived in the booms and busts of the 1970s and 80s. At times, my father would tell us that the business was growing so fast it was scary. And other times, he would tell us that we all needed to tighten our belts to make it through the next few years. But because this is America, because my family settled in the Golden State in the 1970s, I was able to attend some of the finest K-12 public schools in the country. And that has made everything possible. I was able to become a prosecutor with the U.S. Attorney's Office in LA and take on everything from drug trafficking to corruption to Russian spies. That included prosecuting Richard Miller, the first FBI agent ever indicted for espionage, and my first introduction into the insidious influence of the Russian government. And I was able to win elective office. Not on my first try, not even on my second, but third time is a charm, and for 3 decades now, I've had the privilege to serve the people of California in the state Senate, in the U.S. House.
And he's held up in integrity. He's been very held up with integrity all his seniority. But I'll be damned if y'all need to do some changing of the guard. We got to get rid of some of these old people.
House and now in this august chamber. So many of us who grew up in the post-war era
maybe
share
he's
a common
retiring. I don't
experience.
know.
We entered a dynamic growing economy, one that had its ups and downs, its winners and losers, but still an economy that allowed millions to climb into and stay in the middle class. We benefited from vibrant democratic institutions that, despite their many flaws and blind spots, upheld the rule of law and steadily improved the quality of people's lives. In so many ways, California embodies that limitless future, exciting, entrepreneurial, home to Silicon Valley and aerospace and Hollywood, to Disneyland and redwoods reaching the skies, the shores to the mountains, I can still remember the wonder in my friends' eyes when I announced that we were moving to the Golden State. Yet that California, that America that made my story and so many others possible, is today under grave threat.
Well, Pam Bondi, because she introduced that Halligan lady, and she put the Halligan lady on the case to prosecute Comey and Letitia James, she was illegally on the case. And seeing as how Pam Bondi signed off on her being illegal, because Pam Bondi signed off on her being illegal, they can disbar Pam Bondi and they can disbar her. They can disbar both of them. And they're considering disbarring them right now because of the if Halligan may or may not say that. They also appointed this Alibaba or Abaru or whoever that chick was. She quit because you can get disbarred putting your ass up there and knowing you ain't qualified. They done put 2 unqualified people up for a job that they should not have been put up for. That's Bondi. So she should be fired too. But you ain't gonna get fired. But what we dealing with this most corrupt administration. So
what was once a sturdy ladder into the middle class now feels more like splintered wood. My parents bought our first home for $18,000, what my father earned in a single year as a clothing salesman. These days, in most parts of California, that wouldn't cover 6 months' rent.
right.
The notion of buying a place for a year's salary is a fantasy for all but a tiny handful of the most wealthy Americans. When my brother Dan entered UC Berkeley in 1976, tuition cost practically nothing. A couple $100 in registration fees, another couple $100 for books, maybe $1,000 for room and board. That was the cost to attend what even I, a graduate of Cal's arrival from across the bay, must grudgingly admit is one of the best universities in the world. Today, attending that same institution will cost you upwards of $50,000 a year. I hear from Californians every day who are struggling. One health problem or car problem away from failure. The exhaustion, the desperation, the pride they take in their work, and the despair that it never seems to be enough. The man in San Diego who wrote to me telling me he'll have to spend thousands of dollars more a year just to keep his health coverage, or he may have to drop it completely. The young woman in the North State who did everything right.
And with that beautiful word, the Republicans call themselves trying to introduce a health care bill, which is going to burn everybody up, burn all the ACAs up, and they try to introduce that bill. That's just wild. They just trying to introduce a bill, and then everybody get burnt up. Every American is going to get burnt up for this health care bill that they call themselves finna introduce. The Republicans don't stand on shit. They don't want to give you no health care. They don't want to give you no nothing. They just want all the money. Don't y'all wonder where the money be going? Don't y'all wonder where they be putting that money? Where they be putting that money saying they saving money? Don't y'all wonder where that money go? The Republicans said they wasn't going to introduce no health care bill. Now they got a health care bill, y'all. Here they going to introduce their health care bill. Now they got one.
I didn't bring my box today. That's terrible. Well, good morning, everybody. Hope y'all had a good weekend. Let me be clear and start off with saying that Democrats didn't just cause inflation. They lit the match, they watched it burn, and then they poured gasoline on the flames.
Biden did it. Biden did it. Biden did it. What y'all finna introduce? Y'all finna introduce some medical? Biden did it. Make sure y'all say Biden did it. We didn't do nothing. Biden did it. Make sure y'all say that.
They buried families under regulations, spent trillions on pet projects, and railed against American paychecks to appease who? Their radical base. And Americans will never forget who did that. because we will continue to remind them. During 4
No, we know who didn't. We know who cut everybody off of Medicare. We know that you Republicans did it, and you're introducing another bill because you know y'all fucked up. We know who cut the people off Medicaid. We know you Republicans did that. We know it. You don't need to say nothing about Biden did it. Biden did it. Y'all blame Biden did it. Everything. My toenail broke. Biden did it.
long years of Biden inflation, hardworking families actually did the right thing. They tightened their belts.
Yeah, Trump stole that money.
They can't.
That's all they got. Why Black Wolf, why you keep coming in here calling us retards? When you got your party is full of clowns. Why you keep coming in here calling us retard when your party is full of clowns? I don't understand why you don't understand your party is full of clowns.
Vacations, they put groceries back on the conveyor belt, and they drained their savings just to keep the lights on. Because Bidenomics sent energy costs skyrocketing. Under Bidenomics, and in those 4 years, let me just paint the picture for everybody.
We don't need to paint the picture. We get it. Don't nobody care about what you think about what Biden did. What we need to know is what this plan that y'all just put forward is going to do for the American people. That's all we need to know. We don't need to know about Biden and what Biden did. Biden did everything. Biden did. Yeah, that's fine. And pay for your own health care.
Home heating oil shot up 40.
You'd rather be a clown than a retard. A retard can't help being a retard. But a clown sure as hell can stop being a fucking clown. But you go ahead and be that clown. No, better still be that zombie.
4%. Gasoline climbed 48%. Electricity costs went through the roof, rising 29%.
Biden did
abundant Americans.
Biden did it. That's all we're going to hear. Biden did it. Bidenomics. Biden did it. Not nothing y'all did. Not nothing that y'all could have. They could give us single-payer health care. They could if they wanted to, but they don't want to.
Natural gas rose 27%. Those were under the 4 years during President Biden. That economic punishment crushed the American dream for millions of Americans. But there's actually good news. Thanks to President Trump and Republicans in Congress, the comeback is underway, and America loves a good comeback story. Now, it won't happen overnight. You don't rebuild a burned down home in one day. And after 4 years of economic arson, there's a lot to clean. But House Republicans are here with the fire extinguisher. We are rebuilding the economy that working families can afford, and so that working families can thrive again. This week, we're laser focused on passing legislation that actually lowers costs. And guess what? It's already working. Gas prices are at a 4-year low. Grocery prices are finally coming down, and wages are actually rising. And next year, Americans will see bigger paychecks because of the Working Families Tax Cut Act. Remember, the Democrats voted and they wanted to give every single American a pay raise. Every single American, the Democrats voted to raise your taxes. Thank God Republicans voted to not let that happen. Last week, we cut red tape and peeled back Biden's burdensome regulations, and we're doing it again this week. This is all part of an agenda to lower costs and increase paychecks for hardworking families. Real reforms to roll back Washington's overreach and put the power back where it belongs, with the workers, with the families, and with actually the job creators. Government in Washington doesn't need more power. We actually believe that the power lies with the people, unlike the Democrats who want to tell you what to do, when to do it, how to do it. The Democrats believe they are a better steward of your money than you are. We don't believe that. That's why we're putting the power back in your hands. And what are Democrats doing? Again, you think they're gonna vote to lower costs?
You would think when they get an opportunity to lead and be the pillar of the community and be the beacon of light, you would think that they would just mind their own business and stop talking about the Democrats. And let me tell y'all, I would lead it with, let me tell you all what us Republicans are going to do for you. I wouldn't say nothing about the Democrats because they can't. But see, they can't do nothing without demonizing the Democrats because they don't have any policy. They don't have a policy. They have trash. They know the American people cannot afford what they're about to introduce. They're not trying to help you. They're not trying to pay. They're not trying to have you get on any kind of insurance. They know people can't afford the shit they trying to introduce. They know that. They don't want nobody on no medical insurance.
I don't think so. I think the Democrats will vote against giving you bigger paychecks.
You would think if you were in charge and you would be able to run with this solution, you'd have your damn mouth shut about Democrats. You can't keep your mouth off Democrats. Why the hell you keep saying Biden's name? Yeah, let's count how many times they say Biden or Obama.
I think the Democrats will vote against relief for American families. They're fanning the flames of the crisis that they ignited, right? So we will continue our work without them. And watch how they vote, right? We will continue our work without them because asking Democrats to fix inflation is like asking an arsonist to join the fire department. This week, we'll vote to lower electricity prices, secure supply chains, and modernize permitting to make energy more affordable again.
Well, that's where you got that wrong. That's where you got that wrong almost outside. You didn't hear Biden say jack shit about Trump and Trump economics the whole year he was in office. You didn't hear him say jack shit about no damn Trump. No, he wasn't. We didn't hear his name. We didn't hear his name not now one time. The Trump tariffs. That's as far as you heard. You never heard Biden go in there and say our economy would be good if it wasn't for Trump. No. That's y'all's excuse. That's your excuse. We ain't never heard nobody's name, no ex-president's name like this president ever.
Because House Republicans
because he knows he's never going to be as good as Obama or Biden, ever.
Are cleaning up Bidenomics, ending Biden inflation, and restoring an America that is strong and respected.
I done counted 7 times. Biden is Biden, instead of standing up there on their own 2 feet. It's Biden, instead of standing up there and saying what they got for the American people. It's Biden's fault. It's Biden's fault.
Again, we are restoring an America that is affordable and prosperous again for every single hardworking family. And another piece of important legislation that will be on the floor this week is the NDAA. And I don't think there's anyone better here to talk about it than a Representative Kiggins. So right now, I yield to Representative Kiggins.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I'm Congresswoman Jen Kiggins, and I proudly represent Virginia's 2nd Congressional District. I'm also a Navy veteran, former helicopter pilot, a Navy spouse, and now a proud Navy mom. So it's certainly a privilege to be here today to talk about this year's National Defense Authorization Act, which should see a vote on the floor today. This is over $900 billion of money that we can send to our warfighters and to our military families. There's a large chunk of that's dedicated to ships, submarines, aircraft, the actual warfighting resources and tools that we need to just exemplify peace through strength throughout the world. That part can't be overstated. We've done so much with this administration just to reprioritize peace through strength. That's how we keep peace in the world, is by being that deterrent, by being that strong fighting force, but also taking care of our military families and our men and women in uniform. We did so much good work last Congress with the Quality of Life Task Force, and we continued that work into this year's NDAA. We looked at pay raises. We gave a 3.8% pay raise to our servicemen and women. We looked at housing. We put $1.5 billion back into housing infrastructure improvements. We know that there's a lot of room for improvement there. And I'm thankful that the Secretary of War has prioritized a task force to specifically look at where we are housing our men and women. We looked at childcare. We have money specifically dedicated to new childcare facilities. We looked at DoD education. We're pressing on DODEA to look at things like no cell phones in schools that are on military installations. There's a lot of money in there for healthcare that we want to make sure we're providing good healthcare for our men and women who serve and their families. We put other things in there for licensures to make it easy for providers to be able to serve our military community. And we even looked at things that were making it unifying the accession process, because we heard a lot of challenges with young people who want to serve, that they're being looked at differently for different types of medical history issues. So we changed those things. A lot of meaningful change. One of the things I'm most excited about is how we prioritized our military Sea Lift Command. In the Navy, you know, we don't have as many ships as we probably should, and we're working on that shipbuilding exercise. But in the meantime, I have my military Sea Lift Command folks who are stepping up, who are civilian partners and providing that peace through strength on the seas. And what we left them out a little bit of the discussion with quality of life issues. So we included them back this time. We took out pay caps for military Sea Lift Command pay. We made sure that our military Sea Lift Command members could shop at the commissaries and exchanges. We're protecting our commissaries, making sure that they are available and there for our military families. So a lot of good things to take care of the people who serve, but then also that technology integration piece, the contract awarding, the procurement acquisition reform. We've done many, many good things to the tune of over $900 billion. So it's a privilege to have been a part of the team that put that together. It's a mission that we all share here in Congress on both sides of the aisle, of taking care of our military and making sure we remain the greatest in the world. Thank you so much. And with that,
a whole bunch of nothing. A whole bunch of nothing.
Thank you, John. Fraud, and more fraud. It seems like every day there's a new discovery of stolen taxpayer dollars.
Biden did it. Biden did it. Biden did it. Biden did it.
In my home state of Minnesota. And who is smack dab in the middle of it? The self-acknowledged liar, incompetent, failed governor, and failed vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. But with the world now watching, Walz can no longer hide from accountability. I want to thank
Biden did it. Biden did it. Biden did it. Biden did it.
Thank President Trump and his all-star administration for pursuing justice for the hardworking taxpayers of my state of Minnesota. Secretary Noem, Secretary Besson, Secretary Duffy, FBI Director Patel.
Instead of standing up there on their own 2 feet, you got to drag somebody down in the gutter just so you look good. That's the problem with the Republican Party. You can't stand on nothing. You never stand on nothing. You never stand on your own 2 feet. It's always blaming the other side on what you can and cannot do. You can't stand for health care. Y'all don't want to give nobody health care. You standing up here lying because you know you finna lose your seats. You know you finna lose your seats. So Biden did it. Biden did it. Biden did it.
Administrator Loeffler, Dr. Oz, Stephen Miller, Border Czar Tom Homan, and even more in the Trump administration have sounded the alarm and taken action finally. On behalf of the people of Minnesota, thank you. In addition to exposing and eliminating rampant waste, fraud, and abuse.
You ain't lying almost outside. Y'all got the House, the Senate, Supreme Court, the President, DEI rolled back, all of the statutes put back in place, and still your bitch ass is complaining. What in the fuck? What in the fuck? Everything that you asked for, and you still fucking complaining.
President Trump and House Republicans are delivering on our promise to restore affordability and opportunity for the American people. With legislation to streamline permitting, unleash American energy, and increase opportunities for Americans to invest in their futures, we're working to lower costs, support American jobs, and spur business innovation. In particular, the nonpartisan INVEST Act, led by Congresswoman Ann Wagner, is going to cut bureaucratic red tape. It's going to empower small businesses in this country and entrepreneurs and give Americans more freedom to invest, build wealth, and save for the future. This will be another great week for America First Wins. And with that, I yield to our leader.
Thank you, Whip, and really appreciate the work that the Whip has done to remind everybody about the fraud that was going on in Minnesota for years. It's finally getting, I think, more coverage, not as much as it deserves, but alarming that so much of that was going on right under the nose of Governor Walz and the brutal waste of taxpayer dollars. We're going to continue, as President Trump is this week, to focus on affordability and lowering costs. You saw President Trump go to Pennsylvania yesterday to talk about a number of the things he's been working on in his administration and working with Congress to lower costs for families. But it's important to remind people what he inherited and what was going on in this country under the Biden administration for 4 years, when you saw prices skyrocketing, energy costs skyrocketing, interest rates skyrocketing, and Democrats in Congress never cared about any of that. They let it happen. They looked the other way over and over again. An open, porous southern border that President Trump not only said he would fix as a candidate, but now has fixed as president of the United States. And when he talks about the things that he's doing to lower inflation, we're finally seeing some relief, but we're going to continue working to lower costs for families. And it's something that is not only important to President Trump, it's important to this House majority. You know, we talked a lot about healthcare in these last few weeks here at this podium, but our committees have been working on very serious proposals, all focused on lowering costs for 100% of American families. While Democrats talk about less than 10% of the American people, we have been talking about what we can do to lower health premiums for 100% of American families, while also giving options to people who are trapped in unaffordable Care Act plans. Where Democrats want to keep them trapped, we want to give them options. And so we've been working and meeting with different caucuses within our conference for weeks. The committee chairs have been talking about the very specific bills. We've been meeting and getting ideas from a lot of our members who have great, passionate ideas on healthcare. The Doctors Caucus, doctors who practiced medicine in the private sector and then they came to Congress. They still have great ideas about how to restore the doctor-patient relationship that Obamacare broke. So many things about healthcare that the Affordable Care Act just destroyed, starting with the title of the bill. Nothing is affordable about the Affordable Care Act, and Republicans want to fix that. And so what we did today in our conference just a little while ago has had a really productive discussion about all those ideas that the committees have been working on, not just ideas, actual bills. And we are now focused on bringing a number of those bills to the floor next week that we have consensus on. There are still some areas that we don't have full agreement upon, and we're going to keep working on those. And we've committed to work on those early into next year, but starting next week, voting in the House on bills that will focus on lowering premiums for 100% of Americans. Let's see where Democrats stand when it's not just giving money to insurance companies and propping up failed Obamacare plans, but actually helping 100% of Americans have better choices and lower healthcare premiums. So we're going to continue bringing bills to the floor that work on fixing problems that Democrats have created and delivering on the promises we made to the American people. And our champion, who is our lead person who is helping unify this very narrow Republican majority, but very effective Republican majority, is our Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thank you. Good morning. Our majority is narrow, but we were happy to add a new member this past week, and we've administered the oath now to Representative Matt Van Epps of Tennessee. You're really going to love him. He's a combat veteran and a dedicated husband and father, a very effective state official from Tennessee. And now he will be representing the folks of Nashville and 14 counties here. And we've added him to his committees this morning, formally and officially. So he has hit the ground running. There is a lot going on here. We wanted to talk with you about some of those things this morning. And I'm so grateful for this leadership team for giving you the report so far, and for Representative Kiggins, who is an extraordinary member of Congress, as you know, a decorated veteran and somebody who's so committed to our nation's defense and our military servicemen and women, and her expertise and all these things have been so greatly appreciated. We're glad to have her this morning. Now, look, we've had one of the most consequential, most productive, most successful Congresses in the history of this institution, the 119th Congress. In spite of those small margins, the Republican majority has been working in lockstep with the Republican majority in the Senate, even though that one's small as well, and of course, with our strong Republican president and his administration. And the results of that cannot be questioned. And I see this false narrative right now, oh, they haven't done enough. Oh, great tell. Listen, the Working Families Tax Cut, big, beautiful bill, took about 6 months of the first part of this Congress to put together because it was so consequential and so comprehensive. And there were so many things in that bill that our members are going to be so excited to go and run on and talk about in the upcoming election cycle, because we inherited an absolute disaster from the Biden administration. Virtually every area of public policy was decimated, and we had to rebuild from the ground up in many of these places and make all sorts of changes and reforms to get America back again. And we did. We put it all in this one landmark piece of legislation that will have consequences for generations, and it will be seen and written by history to be one of the biggest things that Congress has ever achieved. And among those things was an approach to beginning this affordability agenda, because remember, we inherited massive inflation from the previous administration. It's no secret affordability is a flashpoint, right, in recent weeks. And we had 4 catastrophic years of Bidenomics that we inherited. The Biden administration spent like drunken sailors, and they attempted to tax and regulate their way to prosperity. And we all knew when they were doing it, it would not work. It had exactly the opposite effect. The result was inflation skyrocketed, gas prices reached record highs, homeownership declined, credit card debt increased, all those things that everybody felt and they're still feeling now. Now, the American people gave us a mandate in the election. The president won the Electoral College soundly. He won a big majority popular vote. We got the highest vote total for House Republicans in the history of this institution, and they charged us to go fix this. We began that process with a big, beautiful bill, and we have never let up on the accelerator. We keep it going day by day, week by week, notching away at this, trying to fix everything that the previous team broke. And now I wish we could flip a switch right after the election and make it all go away, make it all right. But you know that's not how the economy works. It takes some time to implement new policies and root out the bad things, and that's what's happening. It is a fact that the Biden administration and their Democrat enablers in Congress, we cannot forget, wrecked the U.S. economy. That's what happened. And we had to take it over in January. This is why Democrats' newfound claims about affordability are just patently absurd. Okay, here are the facts, and you know this. Many of you don't write about it, but these are the facts. They're undisputed. They broke the economy, and now they want to lecture to the American people about affordability. They opened our borders, and now they want to lecture to the American people about immigration border enforcement. They broke the American healthcare system. They caused premiums to skyrocket, and now they have the audacity to tell Republicans that the only way to save it is to throw hundreds of billions of dollars to health insurance companies, which would merely fuel a system that is rife with fraud, waste, and abuse. You cannot be an arsonist and a firefighter at the same time. That's the message for the Democrats. Let's be very clear about one thing. When the Democrats talk about healthcare affordability, okay, this catchphrase that they have, they are talking about one thing and one thing only. They are talking about continuing handouts to big insurance companies. They have no ideas, they have no desire to fix the broken system they created. They just want to subsidize it. And subsidy is a big word. It means they're taking taxpayer dollars and funding a broken system. That is their entire affordability agenda in a nutshell. This agenda does not lower healthcare costs. All it does is hide the cost of the failed law, which we assume is the point. And their proposal, which is a 3-year extension of these enhanced subsidies, the Democrat COVID subsidies that they created, that they put the expiration date on for this December, that proposal to extend that for 3 years is devoid of any reforms to clamp down on the rampant waste, fraud, and abuse. And it continues to provide taxpayer-subsidized health care to Americans who are making hundreds of thousands of dollars in annual salary. It doesn't make any sense. Now, you heard Whip Emmer and Leader Scalise reference the massive fraud that's just been uncovered in the last week or so in Minnesota. We know that this has been going on around the country in these deep blue states, and now the evidence is starting to come forward. It's staggering. It should upset. It should anger every American. This is where their dollars are being wasted and abused. A new report by the Government Accountability Office, which I haven't seen too much written about yet, you should look into that. It is an eye-opener as well. It makes clear why it would be a dereliction of duty to just extend subsidies without massive reforms to them. Okay, over the last 2 years, this is investigators at the Government Accountability Office. Okay, they submitted 24 fraudulent applications for the ACA subsidies, the Unaffordable Care Act subsidies, Obamacare. Okay, of the 24 fraudulent applications that they created intentionally to just see what would happen, 23 of them were approved. These applications were completely fraudulent. The investigators did not submit any Social Security numbers, citizenship documentation, or reported income documents. And 23 of the 24 applications were still approved. 18 of those, by the way, are still receiving coverages they were as of September of this year. That means the Obamacare exchange and insurers didn't verify any of the information they're supposed to under the law, and they proceeded to pay tens of thousands of dollars to insurance companies for people who do not exist. Okay. The GAO report also found that 29,000 Social Security numbers in 2023 and 68,000 in 2024 were used to receive more than 1 year's worth of insurance coverage. In other words, multiple people were utilizing the same Social Security numbers to openly defraud the American taxpayers. The GAO also found that more than 94 million was sent to insurers on behalf of dead people. Okay, this is the system that Democrats in Congress want to extend without reform. It's unbelievable. Listen, these are undisputed facts. The Democrats broke America's healthcare system when they gave us the Unaffordable Care Act, Obamacare, 15 years ago. Remember all the promises? Some of y'all were here. The average premium and the average family is going to go down $2,500 a year. You're going to be able to keep your doctor. You're going to love this system. None of that was true. In fact, it's the opposite. And premiums have risen because they broke the system dramatically over that time. In some areas, as much as 70%, and some over 90%. And those things are still on a trajectory to rise further. Now, what are we going to do about that? The Democrats had a chance to vote to make life more affordable earlier this year in the Working Families Tax Cut, big beautiful bill, and they blew it. The House version of the bill, you may remember, included cost-sharing reductions. We passed that out of the House, we sent it to the Senate, and what that would have done is would have lowered premiums for the average American family by over 12%. Democrats fought to strip that out of the bill. Every American watching today should remember that. The Democrats had a chance to actually lower your premium 6 months ago, but they refused because they wanted to keep health care as a political football. They do not want a solution. They want an issue. That's what this is about. They used the American taxpayers, they admitted themselves during the longest shutdown in U.S. history a few weeks back, as leverage in this cynical political game. So in the coming days, what you're going to see is the other party, the Republican Party, continuing to do the important work that we've already begun to actually lower the cost of healthcare and reduce fraud. And we hope Democrats will join us in those efforts. There are two parties in this town. One has no intention and no plan and no desire to lower your health care costs. They really haven't put any good idea on the table. They just want to subsidize a broken system. Check them on that. The Republican Party, on the other hand, is already demonstrating that we know how to do this. We're not just talking about it, we've done it. In the Working Families Tax Cut, you will remember, in the Medicaid reforms, we went after program integrity. We didn't change the substance of Medicaid as they claimed falsely. We went to program integrity. Why? Because we owed that to the American taxpayers. We got ineligible recipients off of Medicaid, and we cut out the fraud, waste, and abuse. And the CBO said they've calculated it saved $185 billion for American taxpayers and reduced premiums. We reformed it to strengthen Medicaid. Those same principles are going to guide us in the months, in the weeks, the days and weeks and months forward. As Leader Scalise noted, We have some low-hanging fruit. We have some things that every Republican agrees to. Democrats won't. Remember, they don't actually want to fix this problem. But you're going to see a package come together that will be on the floor next week that will actually reduce premiums for 100% of Americans who are on health insurance, not just the 7%. Remember, the COVID-era subsidy only covers 7% of Americans, and it was passed and extended without any reforms at all. It would only reduce their premiums by 4%. So they're using that as a red herring. The overall system is broken, and we're the ones that are going to fix it. You will see that laid out. Thanks to the good work of Chairman Cole and all of our appropriators, we have our appropriations process that will be going forward as well. We're moving those through the regular order process, and that's the way it's supposed to work. So you'll see many of those going through the process, and we think we can get it all wrapped up by the end of that deadline on January 30th. And you'll see that process continue over the days and weeks ahead as well. I will say this again, this Congress has been the most productive and successful in the modern era, and I think you can make an argument one of the top 5 of all time. You've heard me say that. Look at the evidence and the facts. Don't listen to the talking points. This team has delivered with small margins what the American people asked us to do and what we promised we would do. And that work has just begun. It will continue in earnest all the way through the end of this year as we sprint through the end of this calendar year and we start the new session in January. We never take our foot off the gas. So with that, take a few questions.
Speaker Johnson, do you intend to advance pro-life provisions in your healthcare package, such as Hyde amendments for whatever you advance?
Well, look, it's an important principle. The Republicans always stand by the Hyde provisions. It's been a tradition in our law forever. We do believe in the sanctity of human life, and we think it's important that taxpayer dollars not fund abortion. I mean, this is a well-settled principle of ours. So this week, as we go forward, we're gonna do a lot of things on the floor, and we always keep our fundamental principles in mind. Let me tell you just some of these things this week. I mean, some of this has been mentioned, but real substantive things come to the floor. We passed legislation last week to keep the CCP out of your children's classrooms and to cut the cost of red tape for small businesses. This week, you're going to have the NDAA on the floor, as Representative Kiggins is talking about, building on historic investments that we included in the Working Families Tax Code to advance President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda. By the way, I want to just tell you, before somebody's going to ask about these provisions, this legislation, the NDAA, codifies 15 of President Trump's executive orders, as the leader mentioned, provides a well-deserved pay raise for our troops. It advances the Golden Dome. It revitalizes our defense industrial base. It ends woke ideology at the Pentagon, and it keeps the border secure.
They just add money on top of money. They can't help themselves. It's always going to cost the taxpayer money, money, money.
And it's the product of months of work by Chairman Rogers and our House Armed Services Committee with Representative Kiggins and all the colleagues there. We thank them for their efforts. And this week, we're also going to have legislation to streamline permitting processes, accelerate permitting approvals, as Chairwoman McClain discussed, strengthen our electric supply chain and many other things. What you're not going to see, though, is the dreaded Christmas omnibus, right? Because we broke that fever, and I'm so proud of that. For 3 consecutive years, Republicans have avoided the bloated end of the year Christmas omnibus. We've broken that tradition, and we're not turning back. Those are the things you're going to see as we advance our core principles and we stick to the traditions of what we've done for the taxpayers and for the citizens of this country.
After the Gang of 8 briefing that you had yesterday, what makes this video of a second strike on a suspected drug vote different from the other videos the administration has voluntarily released? And do you support all members of your conference being able to see it?
My admission here is I was not in the Gang of 8 briefing.
Why not?
Yesterday because we were working on the healthcare stuff, and it was timed at exactly the same time as we had our 5 families, all of our caucus meetings, and I told Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rubio I wouldn't make it, so they're going to meet with me individually, so I have not yet seen that. But I will tell you that they have obviously shown that video to the Gang of 8, and I think members have had the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee. So you have to ask the question of them, so we'll see. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Secretary Rubio. Yes, sir.
Oh, can I get your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett's run for Senate? What does it say about the state of the Democratic Party? And do you feel worried about her chances of winning at all?
Absolutely delighted that Jasmine Crockett is running for Senate in Texas. I think it's one of the greatest things that's happened to the Republican Party in a long, long time. She is the face of the Democratic Party. She and Mamdani. Good luck with that. I want her to have the largest, loudest microphone that she can every single day. And we look forward to having that election down there. We are going to elect another Republican senator in Texas. Texas is a red state. People of Texas are common sense Americans, and what Jasmine is trying to sell will not be purchased by the folks at Texas.
Why should
Johnson,
Poland go
Speaker
high?
Johnson. Thanks.
Speaker Johnson, when will you be meeting with Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rubio?
They don't want to answer no questions. They don't ever want to answer no question because they know they don't have anything. It's always Biden's fault. It's Biden's fault. Biden's fault. Biden's fault. Wait a minute, hold on. I didn't know. Wait a minute. Hold on. I didn't know that they had found another dude.
Chapter after
Hung.
a black man was found dead hanging from a tree. Brookfield police, they declared his death a suicide. Stephanie Quirk joins us live from the newsroom. Steph, his family, they want the department to look deeper into this.
Yeah, Ben, I just spoke with the sister of 39-year-old Tori Medley. For her family, she says it's simple. They just want answers and proof to back why police initially ruled his death a suicide.
Tori was my little brother, and from the day he came home, I looked out for him.
In life,
this is going to be the hardest trip ever to make, to go home to lay him to rest.
And in death.
It just shouldn't be this way. It's hard enough knowing you lost someone, but to have to fight to know what happened.
Sheena Medley and her family are looking for answers after the death of her 39-year-old brother, Tori Medley.
Like a thorough investigation to see what happened to Tori Medley.
Brookfield police say the morning of November 13th, Medley was discovered dead, hanging from a tree at the Brookfield Hills golf course. That same day, the department said in a statement to Fox 6, the preliminary investigation is indicating that the individual died by suicide. We have no information at this point to indicate a crime was involved. William Sultan, the family's attorney, believed the department rushed to that judgment.
The chief of police have arrived at a conclusion on a death where they haven't actually completed their investigation and won't talk to the family about it.
I don't know why they wanted to label it a suicide right away. Maybe it looked like it. Yeah, he has some mental health challenges.
Leaders from the Waukesha and Milwaukee NAACP chapters are now joining the family in a call for action.
These type of circumstances, it's extraordinary, unusual. And again, with that being the case, we want to make sure that, again, the communication is there, the respect is there.
Brookfield police said in a statement to Fox 6 today, investigators have been reviewing video surveillance footage. None of the video we have reviewed thus far substantiates probable cause of a crime being committed. We will continue the investigation and provide regular updates to his family as we have been.
And they've been communicating with a member of our family. I just don't think we should have had to do all this in order to get answers.
And we all know the negative relationship that black men have with lynching in our country, and this is a big deal.
For the family, it's not just about transparency, it's about closure.
I want to see those things and for myself say, okay, I can rest now and he can rest in peace.
Loved ones and family will be gathering next week to lay Medley to rest. We did reach out to Brookfield police to ask whether they will be sharing any video footage with Sultan and family. We're waiting to hear back. Ben?
All right, Stephanie Quirk from the newsroom. Appreciate it.
He's small. What the hell? Come on, yo.
Trump encouraged mortgage fraud case.
Hold on. I just closed the window. Y'all help. Hold on. Everything went bananas on my ass. I don't know why. Biden did it. Biden did it. Hold on. Biden did it. Everything went nuts on my ass. Biden did it. You got the mayor of Miami. That's a big deal right there. Hold on. That's a very big deal. A very big deal that we got. I got 1,000 things open right here. Y'all hold on. I got 1,000 things right here. You release all the other videos and tweeted on them. Why not this video? Famous. You retire. Hold on. Hold on. Damn it. They just threw everything off. What the hell? Wait. Uno momento. Uno momento. Somebody going to jail. Hold on. But you soon notice that they didn't have no plan. Nobody had a plan, medical plan, no nothing. And this is the thing. Everybody knows. Hold on. Everybody knows that this is some bullshit, right? That they ain't giving us nothing. They're not giving us medical. They're not giving us anything. What I want to do is get single payer. That's what I really want to do. That's what I really want to help to introduce is if we could get single payer, but don't nobody really want to fight for no single payer, right? Everybody want to not fight for nothing. Hold on. This is what I wanted to introduce.
Some of the people at this table, that essentially in the United States, you can't keep the student. You can't hire people from the best colleges because you don't know whether or not you can keep the person. They come and have the people get out, they throw the person out of the country. You graduate number one from your college, and there's no way of guaranteeing, I guess you could say, there's no way of guaranteeing that they're able to stay in the country. Howard, maybe you'll give a little description of the Trump Gold Card, please.
Sure. So for an individual, it's $1 million. And for a corporation, it's $2 million. And as the president said, for a corporation, they spend $2 million. They can then have an employee, full vetting, the best vetting the government has ever done, $15,000 vetting to make sure these people absolutely qualify to be in America, absolutely qualify. And then the company can keep them here and they have a path to citizenship, right? Obviously, they have to be perfect people in America, and having passed the vetting after 5 years, they'll be available to become citizens, and then the corporation can put someone else on the card. So for a company, they can keep putting people on the card, one person per card, and for an individual, it's $1 million, and it's a gift to the United States of America to help America be great again under Donald Trump.
And it's really two gifts. It's a gift of getting somebody great coming into our country, because we think these will be some tremendous people that wouldn't be allowed to stay. You know, they graduate from college, they have to go back to India, they have to go back to China, they have to go back to France, they have to go back to wherever they came from. Very hard to stay. It's a shame. It's ridiculous things. We're taking care of that. The companies are going to be very happy. I know Apple's going to be happy, but a lot of the companies, nobody talked to me more about it than Tim Cook. He said it's a real problem, and it's not going to be a problem anymore. As you know, they used to send people up to Canada and other places, other countries. So we've solved that. And the other thing is it'll take in, we think, probably billions of dollars that will go to the Treasury of the United States, that will go to an account where we can do things positive for the country. So it'll be a great thing. We'll take it, I think, billions of dollars, many billions of dollars even. So that's very exciting. The Trump accounts are doing really well. We have a man on my right, Michael Dell, who's an extraordinary person. His wife is even more extraordinary. I think I can say that. They have such a good relationship. She's an extraordinary person.
Absolutely.
Right? Got a great wife. But they're two great people. And as you know, last week, Michael contributed $6,250,000,000. And this is just something that's so special. So many people are in love with that. He understood it right from the beginning. It was his idea, and he understood it right from the beginning. Could you give maybe just a little description of why you loved it for such a long period of time? And we were able to get it through the great, big, beautiful bill, basically. That's how what gave us the authorization to do it. Michael, please.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So, when we first heard about this idea, the idea was that the government would give $1,000 to a newborn baby in an account.
They finna describe the
they
plan,
would
y'all.
own,
Describe
and
the
it would go
scam,
in
y'all.
Essentially, the S&P 500 and compound. And when the child becomes 18, they could use that money to go to college, to
This is gonna be the scam, y'all. Listen to the scam.
buy a home, to start a business, to continue saving. And I thought that was a great idea. I thought that'd be great if companies matched the government's contribution, which we're doing, and a lot of the companies around the table have committed to doing that. And also thought about this is, wow, this is going to be like a platform for families and communities and philanthropists to contribute to those accounts. And so we originally started with the idea of, well, what if we gave some money to all the kids in our home state of Texas, right? We thought that would be a nice thing to do.
That's still a lot.
Yeah, it is. 1 out of 10 new kids in America are born in Texas.
It's pretty good.
Happen to be a fan of the state of Texas. But anyway, we thought about it some more. We thought, this is going to be something really special. We have a foundation. It focuses on children. It's been around for 26 years. And we said, well, why don't we go bigger? And so we talked about it. And, now that the Investment America Act is a law, which that in itself is a incredible thing.
There's something that is sinister about it. You already know it's bullshit because this is based on the generosity of their heart. This is based on the generosity of the freaking rich billionaire's heart. So they lying. We just don't know what the scam is. It's a scam. I don't know how, but it ain't right. Something ain't right.
That occurred. It does create a platform, and we were super happy to announce that we would give.
Because all I hear is, let's give money to these people let's give $1,000 to everybody who born, and let's see how the money go. This is wild. Something ain't right about it.
$250. We arrived at $250 because next year will be the 250th birthday of America, and
it ain't gonna be able to see. That's the thing. You gonna allow them to withdraw the $1,000? You gonna allow these people to withdraw the money? See, I would think it would be better if you just said everybody gets $1,000 when they born, and then when they hit 60, 65, 60 years old, then they can withdraw it, or 50 years old they can withdraw it. When they're ready to retire, they can withdraw it and see how much money they got then. But they allowing these people to withdraw it when they get into college. Then you're going to have the Social Security problem. You still going to have that problem. What's going on, y'all? What's the scam?
25 million children. We thought that was a nice thing to do because it would include.
Hey, it ain't got nothing to do with people who ain't got no kids, Joe son. I don't know. Lord have mercy.
Most of the children that are 10 and under, that are not part of the government program, that live in zip codes where the median income is less than $150,000. And that was also an important part of our
contribution. And I do believe there will be a number of other large gifts announced. I've already spoken with a few that will be announcing gifts at the state level,
Right.
and more to come.
It's amazing, and it's amazing the vision you have, but that's why you're so successful, frankly. And to think that Michael started off with not a lot of money, I would say, right? Not too much, like very little. And he can give a gift of $6,250,000,000, and I know he said he's going to do a lot more. It's pretty amazing. It's really a beautiful thing to watch. So great for our country. So we have the Trump accounts are doing really well, and it's become, I have to tell you, just everyone's talking about it, beyond what I would have even thought. And it's going to make some young people relatively very wealthy. And in some cases, I mean, they could really be off to a great start. So some people have had that advantage and some people haven't, but it's a wonderful thing. Thank you to you and your beautiful wife. Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to welcome so many brilliant minds and distinguished business leaders back to the White House. I love these brilliant minds, including Michael Dell of Dell Technologies, who makes a
You sound deranged, Jim B. You sound hella deranged.
great product. And I want to thank him for what he's done, what we just discussed, the accounts. We also are grateful to be joined by Enrique Lores of HP. So thank you very much, Enrique. Great job you're doing. Antonio Neri of HP Enterprise. Thank you very much. What's the difference between HP and HP Enterprise?
We focus on the cloud security, networking, and large systems.
The cloud's good. People have done very well with the cloud. That's great. Arvind Krishna of IBM, who's actually become, I would say, a legend. The job he's done. He's taken the stock from a rather low price to a very nice price. I won't say high because I'm sure you're going to say it's going to go up a lot more, right? But, so I can't say a high price, but he took IBM into a new stratosphere that nobody, I think, saw. If you go back to before when he took over the company, nobody would have even imagined that you'd be able to do what you've done. So congratulations, become a good friend. Cristiano Amon of Qualcomm, and thank you very much. Congratulations on the success.
Thank you.
I know a lot about your company. You've done amazing. An executive director of the technology.
Interest rates don't help the everyday average person, because a lot of people don't own houses and some people don't own cars. That interest rate don't mean jack shit to most everyday ordinary people. But they talk about interest rates, businesses, tax cuts. That shit don't mean nothing to no ordinary everyday American.
Technology CEO Council, Bruce Millman. So thank you very much. I think that these people know each other. We're going to be talking a little bit about technology today, and we'll take a few of your questions about technology. I'm sure you probably won't have too many of those questions. You'll be asking about some other things, right, Bruce? Our administration is committed to total dominance in technology. Right now, we're leading artificial intelligence by a lot. And I think, you look at what's going up, and we're writing rules, regulations. We want to keep it at the federal government level, so it's simple for the companies, very important, frankly. And I think we're pretty well committed. I spoke to some of the senators today, and I think we're committed to do that. We want to make it as simple as possible, as easy, because you're competing with some very big sources. And
y'all make sure y'all hit the like, share, and subscribe button. We have content like this every day. We just have commentary throughout the content. Things are going on in the world. We just keep abreast of what's going on in the world. Different subjects all the time, but we do this content like this every day. They're going to give us the $1,000 when I guess between the ages of X, Y, and Z, and then let them cash out at 18. What good would that do? That's all I'm saying. What good would that do?
We want to stay number one by a lot. we're leading the world in building new data centers and new semiconductor and chip manufacturing facilities and new capacity for AI. And we're unleashing all of the forms, literally all forms of energy and natural gas and oil to clean, beautiful coal and safe, reliable nuclear power. And I'm giving them approval to, when they build these massive plants that cost $50 billion. You know, it used to be that for $50 million, you could build a nice little shopping center. But for $500 million, you could build one of the biggest, most beautiful centers.
Ain't nobody bashing Trump. We bashing the ass. Cash out early. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand what's the point in these companies doing this with the money. What is the point? If it would, like I said, if they were going to let them keep it for long term, it'd be a different thing. But they're not letting them keep it for a long term.
And now they're talking about $50 billion. So explain that one. These buildings are there's never been anything. There's never been anything like that. So you're all involved in that. It's pretty amazing. 1 year ago, our country was considered dead by many leaders throughout the world. And now we have what's called the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world.
Please stop bashing Biden. Please stop bashing Biden. Please look forward and do things for the country instead of talking about Biden. Please stop bashing Biden. Do something on your own.
Right now, 10 months took us. I thought it was going to take longer, Michael. I didn't think we were going to have this success this soon. We have over $18 trillion being invested, much of it by...
Well, you know what? If we on life support, then this president ain't helping. Not at all. He ain't helping not one bit if we on life support.
Like you're in for a lot.
I think he's starting to unplug the fucking monitors. He's starting to unplug the fucking monitors.
Number that you're looking at, 150 billion. That's good.
150 billion?
I don't know, Mike. Am I allowed to ask you? You already gave 6,250,000,000. Do you have you stated a number that you're at for investment, future investment?
Well, you know, if I think about all the, you know, investment that we make with the American companies that are adding capacity, particularly around semiconductors.
I just want to know how telling somebody to stop talking about, how telling this president to stop bashing Biden is bashing him. I'm confused. If I tell you to stop bashing Biden, how am I bashing you? Somebody please put that in the chat, because I ain't understanding. We said stop bashing Biden and stand on your own feet. How does that make it us bashing him? I don't understand. We don't understand why they would give us $1,000 with no benefit to them. No benefit to them. I'm clearly confused. You clearly confused. You in the wrong room, apparently.
It's several $100 billion.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It makes the 6 billion sound very, very small. That's very good. Antonio, what about you guys? What about you and Enrique? How's that going?
Well,
have you announced a number or anything?
No, I'm actually happy to share with you. Over the next few years, we're going to invest an additional 3.5 billion building secure manufacturing. We build the largest supercomputer for the United States government that supports both the DoD and DOE. So in the next 18 months, we're going to build the largest 5 supercomputers that will keep the United States ahead of the game, both in life science and AI, but also to keep ahead owning the entire stack at the national security level.
Great. Are you doing that separately? Are you doing that together or separately?
No, we are totally separate company.
Totally separate. What?
From our side, we invest in the years around $18 billion per year. So if you look at the next five,
that's right.
It will be close to $100 billion. And we are going to be investing in AI at the edge, not only on data centers, but how to make AI available to customers in PCs, in headsets, in devices that they would be using every day. Which is
so it's over $100 billion.
Yes.
And you're doing well. HP is doing really well.
Yes.
That's great.
We're competing hard with Michael, but
Are you direct competitors?
Yes.
That's it. It's that. That's why they're on different sides of the table, sir.
The old days would say, why don't you make a deal? I guess now it's not so easy to make.
We can
deals.
have an arm wrestling match now.
Yeah, right. And Cristiano, you've been amazing, right? Your company with the investments. How are you doing with
We're doing
investments?
great. I think, Mr. President, you have a great decision. I think when you drove our company to continue to be innovating, and I think we're doing very good. We've been, in addition to doing phones, I think we're now, our chips are going to every car company in the world, all the car companies. We're entering into the robotics. There's a lot of growth in robotics and the data center. New smart glasses going to be the future of mobile devices. Industrial, I think a lot of the drive towards manufacturing the country is driving a lot of technology for smart manufacturing. We're making chips for that. So I think we're very excited. And I think like Michael, I think the number of industries our chips are being enabling is driving hundreds of billions of dollars investments. And most important for us, semiconductor manufacturing is very important. So we are going to be customer of the fabs that are being built in the United States by TSMC and Samsung. So we're just going to keep going forward.
Yeah, those investments are very important, and we are all customers of those fabs.
Those two are my customers too. So
Memory stuff, memory?
we don't do memory. We do a lot of the
Who's the
processing.
king of memory?
It's Micron and
Micron's-
SK Hynix. and
Micron's
Samsung.
another one doing very well. That's great. Yeah, I heard you're doing fantastically. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The stock market has set a 51, think of this, 51 all-time record highs during the last 10 months. 51. You guys are big beneficiaries. You're setting the records, right? It's amazing. 51 times we've hit a new high. And in the history of our country, if you think about it, 51 times during the last 10 months. And Bruce, let me ask you, pull these people all together. How's it looking for technology?
A lot of global competition, but you'd rather be playing our hand than any other hand in the world.
I think so. We have a good hand right now, don't we? Joe Biden secured just really much less than $1 trillion of new investments in 4 years. And in 10 months, we secured more than $18 trillion. So 18 times the amount in 10 months what they did in 4 years. And they would have gone negative. They were heading toward negative. In other words, not $1 trillion, but it could have been 3 or 4 or 5 trillion less because people were leaving. So it was a big turnaround in 10 months. The $18 trillion, it's a record. There's never been a country that's gotten anywhere near that. In the Middle East, when I left the Middle East, we brought back $3 trillion and lots of Boeing airplanes, like 300. And Boeing gave me the award for the greatest salesman in the history of Boeing, which was a nice little award. I have a little plaque. The greatest, I think I've sold 1,000 Boeing planes. Can you believe it? Now all they have to do is make them. Okay, they got to make them, but they will. But we have made historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Japan, the EU, Malaysia, Cambodia, El Salvador, Argentina, Ecuador, Guatemala, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Thailand, and South Korea, and many others. And a lot of it's based on the November 5th election result, which was a massive victory. We won all 7 swing states, the popular vote. We won the electoral college by a landslide. We won counties. The counties, they do it. I don't know, to me, it's the most accurate of all in many ways. We're 2,700 counties against 525. That's pretty good, right, Cristiano?
Pretty good.
2,700 against 525, 525. That's why when you see the maps are all red, except for 2 little blue lines on the right and the left side of the map. They're probably changing too. Americans are great builders, and in the Trump administration, America is once again a country where innovators get a green light. You have the greatest innovators in the world at this table, and representing a lot of their friends who are competitors and friends. But we're really on a big move to get rid of red tape so they can run their businesses and not have to wait 10 years for an approval. In the old days, getting some of these approvals for plants that are already being built would have taken 10, 15, even 20 years prior to rejection. You get rejected. You'd work 20 years and then you'd lose 5-4. And we're getting plants approved in a matter of weeks. The biggest plants ever built in a matter of weeks. For every new.
Now, y'all know that's a lie, right? Y'all know that's a lie. He just be talking. He just be talking to fill the air. I just think he just be saying stuff, wild shit, just to be filling the air.
Regulation, we're slashing more than 10 old regulations. So we're not allowing regulations unless they slash 10 old regulations. We did that in the first term, and we cut more regulation than any administration ever. In our first term, we have the all-time record. I think we're exceeding it here. In fact, now it's 1 in 24 is the number we're at. It's 1 in 10 you have to do, otherwise we're not letting you do it. But we're actually up to 1 in 24, so we get rid of 24 regulations for everyone. That's not a bad deal, right? And it's been very exciting, actually, but including where
we done watched this for about 10 minutes and we done heard more lies than a little bit.
We're allowing 100 in the great big beautiful deal. We're allowing 100% expensing for capital expenditures, including investments in factories and equipment and structure.
He come out his ass with a lie every time he talk. So they gonna invest their little money. You already know it's a scam. When rich people say they helping the poor people, we already know it's a scam.
Tuesday, December the 9th was an election night in America. Now, you probably weren't paying all that close attention because there weren't a lot of races on the ballot, but there were two that I want to take note of because they're part of a broader trend, which suggests to me that there is a Democratic wave building out in the ocean. Now, it's December 2025, not November 2026. But if I am a Republican elected official and I watch this video and I hear the stats I'm going to give you on the races that have happened in 2025, I am getting very nervous, unless I'm in a Trump plus 50 district, that 2026 could be a very bad election for me. All right, so let me first talk about the two races that happened on Tuesday night, and then I'm going to broaden out and tell you why I think they matter. So, one, there was a special election in the Georgia State House. A Democrat won the race 51-49. Now, why does that matter? For two reasons. One, Trump won the district in 2024 by 13 points. So we had a 15-point switch from a Trump 13-point victory to a Democratic 2-point victory. That's point one. Point two, this is Georgia, right? This is going to be a swing state in 2028, not to mention the governor's race and the Senate race in 2026. So this isn't some random state. This is Georgia, and it matters. So that's number one. Number two, race you need to have paid attention to. The city of Miami elected a Democrat named Eileen Higgins. She won as a Democrat for the first time the city has elected a Democrat in 28 years. And she didn't just win. She won by 19 points. And while the city of Miami mayor is technically a nonpartisan office, everyone knew she was the Democrat and there was a Republican in the race. Donald Trump endorsed the Republican. Democrats nationally did things for Eileen Higgins. So she wins. She becomes the first Democratic mayor of the city in 28 years. And she does so by a 19-point margin. Sidebar, if you're wondering, why is the city of Miami not had a Democratic mayor in a really long time? It's very heavily Cuban, and Cubans tend to be more Republican than other Latinos. So that explains it, at least in part. Okay, so you have this special election in the state house in Georgia where Democrats turn over a Republican-controlled seat, and you have Miami mayor. What did both of those have in common? Both of those campaigns the Democratic campaigns focused almost exclusively on affordability, housing, healthcare, groceries, those sorts of kitchen table issues, the affordability crisis. And I think that's critically important. I'm going to tell you why right after I tell you to subscribe to my channel. I am two things: independent from big media, from the two political parties, and authentic. I always will tell you what I think, whether or not you agree with me. And that's a good thing. All right. So we have these two races. Where do they fall in the broader context? Well, there's a great Substack called the Down Ballot that monitors all down ballots of state House, state Senate races. And the numbers out of there are striking. So the Georgia state House turnover from Republican seat to Democratic seat was the 25th seat, 25th Republican held state House or state Senate seat that Democrats flipped to their side in 2025. So Democrats flipped 25 Republican seats to Democratic this year. Know how many Democratic seats Republicans flipped to their side this year on the state House and state Senate level? That is correct. A goose egg. 25 times Democrats.
And that's your problem, Pat Yeager. The stats don't lie. You just need to go back and see who won the races. Why would he need to be why would he need to be lying about races? Y'all see how y'all sound goofy? We can all go back and see who won the races. He's telling you the Democrats won all the races. And you in here talking about, oh no, they didn't win all of them. He a liar. That's all you got to do is look it up. I don't understand why you look. It's just a knee-jerk reaction for you maggots not to listen to the truth. I don't understand. The man said X, Y, and Z.
Won a Republican-held seat. 0 times Republicans won a Democratic-held seat. Okay? There's more. Of the 60 major down-ballot races that happened in 2025, Democrats, on average, performed 13.3% percentage points better than Kamala Harris did in that district in the 2024 presidential race. They're overperforming by 13 points on average across 60 races. 60 races. And then you have other evidence, right? I'll just give you a few examples. The big races of 2025, the Virginia governor's race, Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat, didn't just win. She won by 15 points. In New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, the Democrat, didn't just win. She won by 14 and a half points. In Virginia, Spanberger brought 13 pickups in the state House of Delegates. Democrats won 13 Republican seats last month in Virginia. So it wasn't just the top of the ticket. It was all the way down the ticket. Tennessee, they had a special election in Tennessee's 7th district. The Republican, this was earlier this month, the Republican won. He won by 9 points in a district that Donald Trump had won by 22 points in November 2024. Remember that 13-point Democratic overperformance I mentioned? That about lines up, a 13-point Democratic overperformance. So when I look at all of these numbers, look, a Georgia state House race does not tell us everything we need to know about the political environment. The city of Miami's mayor's race doesn't tell us everything we need to know about the national political environment. But when you start looking at these numbers, again, 25 R to D pick.
That's what they don't seem to get, famous. They don't seem to understand that their president fucked up. He started deporting all the people that he got to vote for him. And once he started deporting them, it was over. You keep deporting us, we ain't gonna vote for you. Why the hell you think that Miami race went to that Democrat? Because they turned against Donald Trump's policies. But we'll listen.
Pickups, 0 D to R pickups in 2025. An overperformance of 13 points on average by Democrats in 60 down ballot races in 2025. When you start looking at those numbers and then you add it to what we know from polling and what we know from sort of what's out there, which is Donald Trump is in the low 40s in overall job approval. His numbers on handling the economy are lower than that. They're in sort of the mid 30s in terms of approval, with a majority 55, 56, 57, sometimes 60% of people disapproving. When we look at historical.
No, they didn't. They said they said she would lose by single digits. They wanted to see if she lost by single digits, and she did. They didn't say 2 or 3 points. They didn't say that at all. They said single digits. I remember saying that and listening. Y'all just don't listen to reality.
historic midterm trends. In 18 of the last 20 midterm elections, the president's party has lost ground in the House. When we look at all of that added up, I look out, I look out my window and I look out at the political ocean. And what I see is, and it's still far out, right? I get it. We're 300 days from an election, probably a little more. But what I see out there is a wave starting to bubble up. Because when you see this many signs all pointing in the exact same direction, right? If these races are like a weather vane on top of your barn, if the weather vane is pointing in this direction, if you got 5 weather vanes up there and they're all pointing in the exact same direction, that tells you something. And what this tells me is the Democratic base is extremely fired up. The Democratic base wants to send a message to Donald Trump and the Republican Party. And
hell fucking yeah, that we don't want you or what you got to offer. We don't care. We don't care what you are offering. We don't care. And we're not going to take it. And we drag in the Hispanics, the Latinos, and some of the white folk. We dragging all y'all over the finish. All y'all into this blue wave. We dragging all of them into the blue wave.
The Republican base is simply not all that energized. This is not new. This is why there's historic midterm election.
Because they know their president is trash. They know it. They can keep saying that they don't, but they know it. They know it. They just pretending like they don't know it.
Trends exist. The party in power tends to get complacent. They get fat and lazy. It's how it works. The party out of power wants to get back into power. But what I think you are looking at least right now, if the election were held today, I think Democrats would overwhelmingly win the House back. And I think the Senate might be in play. Now, will that hold when we get to November 2026, which is, as I said, 11 months away? I don't know. I think the big thing to watch is, can Donald Trump turn around people's opinion about his handling of the economy?
Hell no. Release them Epstein files, motherfucker. Release them Epstein files. Release them Epstein files. Soon as those come out, it's over.
He tried to do that in Pennsylvania on Tuesday night. I would say he gave a 97-minute speech. It was largely rambling. It was all over the place. There was some good messaging in there. But it was kind of mixed in with all the other things he kind of just riffs about without looking at the teleprompter. So if things stay close to where they are, we are, I think, looking at, and I don't know if it's a small, big, or gigantic wave for Democrats, but there will be a wave. There is a national wind blowing at the back of the Democratic Party right now. And there's nothing out there that suggests to me that Republicans are in a position to fight back on it just yet. Now, we've got a ways, but the wave is building out in the ocean. And I think if you're a Republican incumbent sitting in a district that even Donald Trump won by 7 points, maybe 8 points, I'd start to get nervous. If they're not getting nervous already, now's the time, which might lead to more Republican retirements. But I would say you need to brace yourself. You need to batten down the hatches, because you need to start putting the political sandbags out, because I think there's a real possibility, based on all these numbers I went through, that you could be looking at a very, very bad political environment come next fall. All right, that's it for me. As I said, I hope you
ugly. So we're going to keep that hope rolling. We're going to keep that rolling right there. Y'all got to tell me what the president meant by this shit last night. Hold on. What did the president mean by this?
Black people love Trump. I got the biggest vote. Let me tell you, black people love Trump.
He said black people love Trump.
I got the biggest vote. I got the...
Wait a minute, he just said 91% unemployment rate, where all of those Somalian people are? Really?
Biggest vote with black people. They know a scam better than anybody. They know what it is to be scammed.
They know a scam better than anybody. They know what it means to be scammed. Really? I don't think he understand what the fuck he just said. No, Hope Hope ain't failing for us. The hope is all the way high as hell, Pat Yeager. We in the catbird seat. I don't know what you talking about. You may think that's where we at, but I'm telling you, as a Democrat, oh hell yeah, we want to impeach your guy. Justin. We did. You do know that two of them got impeached today, right? Hegseth, they introduced articles of impeachment today, and they impeached RFK. Y'all do know that, right? That's wild. And on top of that, we just gotta impeach this president.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I
Whoa,
appreciate it.
whoa,
You
whoa,
did great.
whoa.
Thank you.
What did he just
I
say?
like this guy. Thank you.
He know what he just say. He know what he just said. He tried to walk it back, but you can't walk it back. This is my guy. What happened again? This is Adam. Adam said, we got him, and it's got something to do with Nick Fuentes. What's going on? So listen.
Far right losers hate women. They hate themselves, and they'll never touch power because we are going to be here to push back. I've been talking a lot on this channel about the rise of these far right movements. Obviously, we have far right populism inside the White House. And
sorry, dude. Sorry, Herschel. Life is life, and everybody has an ID out there. Most people got IDs. Sorry.
The Trump administration right now, and Stephen Miller and the people around Trump are very far right. But I've been talking a lot about the Nick Fuentes movements because this is something that's been sprouting up online and is a new strain that's been normalized and emboldened by Donald Trump. But it's a new level of anti-Semitism and hatred that is out there openly.
Y'all hit the like, share, and subscribe button. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. We have this content every day. We just go over some news stories. We just listen to some news stories and things that are happening. Right now, we talking about Nick Fuentes and the far right Republican base.
Well, Piers Morgan, who, I've been on his show. I've disagreed with him before, but overall, he's a pretty good interviewer. He's good at holding people's feet to the fire. He had an interview with Nick Fuentes where he exposed all of his worst deficiencies, bigotries, flaws, the hatred of women, hatred of himself. And honestly, if you guys ever have any questions about the entire Nick Fuentes movement, hit me up because I've spent a lot of time over the past 2 years studying the rise of this dude. And this is the most I've seen him at the ropes. Piers Morgan genuinely had him looking like an absolute nerd, just admitting that he's misogynistic, he doesn't like women, he's never really touched or kissed a woman or slept with a woman. This is a loser who basically hides his beliefs when he does these more sit-down interviews, and then he goes on his podcast and says this extreme shit about women, about Black people. He has these extreme views that he is trying to hide and mask. But Piers Morgan had this strategy where he said, I'm going to play a clip of you, and then I'm going to ask you about it and not let you wiggle out of this clip, because there's so many clips of Fuentes saying racist stuff, misogynistic stuff. Let's watch this clip of Nick Fuentes admitting that he just doesn't like to be around women whatsoever. I mean, it's really telling.
That's crazy.
I'll break this down after, but
That's
I remember
wild.
talking to my friend a few months back, and we've always been watching the rise of people like Charlie Kirk, people like Nick. We're young dudes. We grow up in these spaces, and we've seen this all, explode while we're living in these spaces. And I said to him, I think Nick Fuentes genuinely might just be gay. Like, the way he speaks about women, the way he speaks about waking up next to a woman being the grossest thing you could possibly think of, or like going to sleep next to a woman wanting to make him puke. If you're gay, just say it.
To clear up one of the many theories about.
Then how the hell does he expect people to go? People are going around following a guy who ain't never been laid, and he's got and that side is so anti-gay. How I don't understand how they dealing with JD Vance. How they dealing with a Nick Fuente, and he's gay. Because they hate gays, that's for sure.
About you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well,
Crazy.
yeah. Absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the
Yeah.
boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All
I'm a
women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat.
Yeah, but how is he gonna find a woman and he's this misogynistic? I don't understand how women get with men who start talking crazy like this about women. How do you even feel safe in your house with somebody who has this kind of disgust for you? I don't understand.
Says the guy, have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
He never had sex. Wow.
I mean, that actually explains a lot of his views on women. He has a lot of antisocial behavior that can be embodied in a lot of young men. Never slept or probably even touched a woman, which people have problems. I get
Make it make sense, Long Bong. Who the hell is gonna marry a gay? Make it make sense.
that, but then he uses that to channel it into hatred to his audience every single day. Here's the thing about Nick Fuentes. I think a lot of people underestimate how seriously we should take him, but at the same
I think he lost the black vote from that speech alone right there too.
time, these folks are so incredibly beatable because of how much of a loser they are. They're all just losers. For example, so here's why you shouldn't underestimate him. Remember that young Republican group chat about 2 months ago when all of those 20 to 30-year-old Republican operatives and state senators
said all that racist shit in those emails, and then all the Republicans was in my chat talking about, why are you a Democrat? Why are y'all retards Democrats? And I said, because you Republican people don't want black people over there in your party. You don't want no black people in your party. You make it known, or you tell us every day that you don't want black people, brown people, gay people, Hispanic people. You don't want people in your party. So why you mad that we all Democrats? If you don't want us in your party, why you mad? Now he's referring to that. Wait a minute. He's referring to that email that everybody got released, where it was a bunch of Republicans on an email or a group chat or something talking about black people, Nazis. We like Nazis. We hate black people eat watermelon. If I want to do X, Y, and Z, I go to a basketball game for black people. All this racist shit on a racist rant. And then they wonder why black people don't want to be Republicans.
were caught in the group chat saying they love Hitler. Some of them were even 35, 36 years old. They were saying they love gas chambers. Nick Fuentes.
Yes, there's plenty of them. They're getting paid to do that. Didn't you learn nothing? You ain't learned nothing? You ain't learned nothing?
Trying to create that at scale. He's telling his followers to gain positions of power within the Republican Party, to go into universities, to go to Turning Point USA, the Heritage Foundation, any sort of law school, law firm, top board at these companies, and hide what they actually believe, hide their white supremacist Nazi beliefs so they can all.
Y'all, this person in the chat trying to tell a black person what a black person think. This person in the chat trying to tell a black person what black people think. Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. Please don't tell. Y'all wouldn't like me trying to tell y'all how white people think. So don't tell me how black people think. Stop it.
Sort of activate one day. I mean, we saw this in the young Republican group chat. These are beliefs that are genuinely actually growing. So we need to be combating this on a daily basis. But on the other side of that, these people are kind of losers. Like, this isn't an actual popular ideology among young men. Young men don't actually en masse just hate women in this fashion and not want women to vote. This is not a popular.
Hey man, Famous, what you mean he about to get Charlie Kirk? What do you mean? Like Choppy Choppy or Pew Pew or a Dirt Nap? What you talking about?
Ideology at this.
I remember in this interview with what's his name, Piers Morgan, he said, "Are you gonna run for office, Nick?" Nick said, "Hell no, I ain't finna run for no office." He know he would get broke off if he ran for office. That's wild.
At the same time, there are reports that a lot of Nick Fuentes' popularity is boosted by bots online. Don't get me wrong. Like white supremacy is something we actually have to combat. This is a real ideology, but he is boosted a lot by bots. He's then asked and pressed about him loving Hitler.
Jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of.
Then he doubled down on it, which is the crazy part. Why would you double down on that, Nick? Even though I understand propaganda, I understand what he do, but why would you double down on that Nazi thing? That's wild.
The last 150 years.
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
Yeah, you might be,
make
but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So
Yeah.
maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
Oh my
were
gosh,
murdered.
yeah, we got all that. We, you know, me mom, like we're, you know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because
and
he
me
doesn't
dad
find
got
it
killed
funny
by...
when you say Hitler's very fucking
I don't
cool.
care.
He finds
I don't
I know you
care.
don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care.
And Nick Fuentes came across as really immature and skittish during this interview. In prior interviews, he's done a few things. Either he hides his true beliefs and tones them down to try to appeal to a broader audience, and then he goes back on his real podcast and says racist shit, or he just trolls his way through it. But in this one, he kind of tries to take on this troll demeanor. He kind of tries to troll Piers Morgan, but it doesn't really come across that clean. He just seems like a racist, petulant, misogynistic child, and it doesn't seem like anything he's saying is landing.
But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a
that's the
prominent
problem.
conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. That's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean,
do.
can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow
He
up?
murdered
That
12
is just
million people.
childish.
He murdered 12 million
Okay.
people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II and it's fascinating and it's interesting and it's compelling and it's cool. And, you know, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions.
Real people don't talk like this. Real people don't believe that Hitler was cool. Real people don't believe that women shouldn't vote. He does not represent a real massive movement that is swelling up in the United States. He represents a fringe group of young men, mainly just young men who are antisocial, who are isolated, and who are now trying to grow their movement. So again, don't underestimate him. But at the same time, the movement is made of mainly just like antisocial losers.
And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, "Oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom," and it's like, shut up. Like, you know, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not.
Didn't you?
That's so disrespectful. That's so disrespectful. He is disrespectful.
You just say Hitler was really effing cool. This is me warning Republicans on CNN about Nick Fuentes. Take a look.
He targeted his anger was to have him on his podcast.
Wait, so he was so enraged, he decided to have a friendly interview with Nick Fuentes. The problem, listen, the problem is not that he held the interview, it's that he normalized this type of ideology. I think the Republican Party is for the first time being forced to face the monster that they've created in Nick Fuentes. Throughout my entire youth, I've watched Donald Trump normalize, not Nick Fuentes' rhetoric, but a type of extremist rhetoric that the U.S. has never seen before. Now, that is manifesting in the GOP, or at least Tucker Carlson and big wings of the GOP, welcoming in. Tucker Carlson is welcoming in somebody who believes the Holocaust didn't happen, or he thinks if it did happen, it was a good thing. He thinks that black people deserve less rights, women deserve less rights.
You know, you can't say that about Donald Trump.
The Republicans do
about
not.
Jewish people with Donald Trump.
That's how I'm saying.
He wore a yarmulke at his daughter's wedding.
The way that Donald Trump speaks about the Democratic Party, the way that Donald Trump speaks about people who disagree with him, has normalized this extremist rhetoric. He said that we were Nats who need to be taken care of in front of the military. But the point is, a lot of young people are being sucked into this Nick Fuentes pipeline. I don't think the Republican Party, the old guard, is ready for what's about to smack them in the face.
That's very true. Continue.
Not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family had
years
been,
ago,
you think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers. Do you think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it or want to joke about it.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes just comes across as a sniveling little kid. There's nothing substantive or convincing here unless you're like 14 years old. Even then, you can see that he's clearly losing the debate the entire time. I mean,
he freaking Pierce broke his ass down, just broke his ass down ugly. And he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed because he was talking about his dad. His dad said, we're not going to go there. We're not going to eat there where black people go. So you usually, racism is taught. Racism is taught. It's taught. Because if it's not taught, then babies wouldn't play with other babies that are different colors or anything like that. Racism is taught. And a lot of people teach their kid racism and teach them those goofy little habits and thoughts and patterns. And kids grow up with that shit. So he said his dad said, we're not going to go there. We ain't going to go to that ratchet place. That, what the hell is, I forgot the damn name. The fucking restaurant I ain't never been to. I forgot. I don't like that place neither. But he learned it from his dad. He didn't want to talk about his dad.
I mean, the Holocaust is uniquely important. Throughout the interview, Nick Fuentes keeps asking,
really, that's some dumb shit, Black Wolf. That's some dumb shit.
why should I care about the Holocaust? Why is it any different than any other tragedy? The Holocaust is uniquely important because, number one, it's pretty recent, like 80 years ago, and it was a developed country committing an industrial level genocide with actual built up like ovens and actual built up industrial machines. There have been genocides throughout history, but not a machinery conducted genocide in a developed country at a scale of that level. That was new. And that is recent, and it was targeting mainly one ethnicity, which is not good. So I'm going to leave it there. If you appreciate these breakdowns, drop a like, subscribe. I'll see you all in the next one.
And the thing is, Nick Fuentes got his ass handed to him by freaking Piers Morgan, which was embarrassing. Well, he embarrassed himself, really. He really embarrassed himself because, you know, he shouldn't have said what he said. And that was even worse, the way he was handling all of this. But we got some breaking news right here. Let's go.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Breaking news to bring to you. President Donald Trump confirming that the United States has seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela.
As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela. Large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening. So you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people.
Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, also retired Lieutenant Colonel Rachel Van Landingham, joining me now for more. So, Selena, what more do we know about the seizure?
So we're about to ramp up this. We're about to ramp up this war. We got a war president on our hands. We're about to ramp this shit up.
Yeah, Kira, well, we're just learning from a U.S. official that the U.S. Coast Guard seized that oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, but we didn't get any further details from the president or the White House beyond that soundbite you just played there. The president calling this the, quote, largest one ever seized. But again, no further information on this. But the bigger context here is that all this comes as the president has been escalating pressure on Venezuela's government, particularly the president, Nicolas Maduro. In recent weeks, the U.S. has launched more than 20 strikes on suspected drug boats, killing more than 80 people. And just yesterday, the president said that Maduro's days are numbered, and he has repeatedly said that strikes on land in Venezuela could be coming soon. We have also in recent weeks, Kira, seen a pretty massive show of military force in the region, a big U.S. military buildup, including deploying the massive aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, into the Caribbean Sea.
Yeah, I try to figure out what the fuck is going on with him that he's going to keep running his mouth like that. He keeps running his mouth like that. He going to end up with, well, he did have somebody come to his door. Y'all remember when he had somebody come to his door? Some liberal came to his door and wanted to have a conversation with him. Showed up at his door, scared the shit out of Nick. I don't know whether he was scared, but scared the shit out of Nick. This is what they saying on the floor.
11 naval warships, including our largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, and its strike group. It includes amphibious assault vehicles, and guided missile cruisers and destroyers, and a submarine. The deployment includes fighter jets, surveillance drones, patrol planes, many of which are based in nearby Puerto Rico, where the U.S. has reopened an old naval base for this operation. The force includes gunships and helicopters and bombers. Military buildups like this take on momentum of their own. A president may hesitate to disperse this buildup lest he look weak and indecisive. And thus, large buildups often result in launching the military action they foreshadowed. My friends, wars are easy.
Dude, happy troll. Why y'all be coming in here saying some wild shit when we know for a fact most of the violence comes from the right? We know most of the violence comes from the right. Stop it. Stop it. Especially you emotional religious motherfuckers. Stop that shit.
To start, but they are hard to end, and the consequences are often devastating. Look at the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Together, more than 7,000 American service members gave their lives.
If y'all keep thinking that, if you keep thinking it's on the left, if you keep thinking it.
More than 50,000 service members seriously injured, often devastating, lifelong consequences. More than $8 trillion in treasure lost. Launching another reckless war to depose an authoritarian leader in South America is not an...
They just talking. They believe the minute somebody gather together and they ain't on the right, then they doing a riot. That's what they believe. If we gather together peacefully and every place we done had a riot, we done did a no king is peaceful, it's a riot. It's just, no, they want to justify their January 6th bullshit. No, January 6th, you all tried to overthrow the government. You're trash for doing it. It's going to stay as an overthrow. It's going to stay as an insurrection, and nothing has come to the same level as what they did on January 6th. You're trash for doing it. It is what it is. Sean Thompson, you need to quit. Specifically, since we done heard 3 or 4 things that you Republicans done said that has been racist against Somalians, against blacks, against all gays, the whole nine. Stop it. It's all on y'all side.
An America first strategy.
I ain't never
and without congressional authorization, it's unconstitutional. The prelude to this military action has been military strikes on boats off the coast of Venezuela. The administration has said they are acting to stop these boats from delivering narcotics.
They seized an oil tanker today. So since they seized an oil tanker today, the president is ramping up the war drum. He's warming up the war drum. This is where we heading to, y'all.
Well, there's a legal way to do that. And then there's an illegal way to do it. The legal way is for...
The thing is, Donald Trump really don't want the oil. He's not going in there for the oil. He's going in there for regime change. He's trying to change the regime. But he can't change the regime. He can't say he's changing the regime. Otherwise, he would be shut the fuck down, because only Congress can declare war, and only Congress can declare regime that we going in on some regime change. So that's why they're pretending like people have drugs on boats. They're pretending like people are coming to the United States with drugs. They got goofies in the chat believing that. It has nothing to do with drugs. Otherwise, you'd bring the drugs to court and then you'd prosecute those drug dealers. But you ain't. Please put in the chat where it says you're supposed to kill drug dealers. I'll wait. We'll wait.
For the Coast Guard to intercept the boats, to search them, arrest those present should narcotics be found. And the illegal way is to simply blow up boats in international waters. The legal path is the right way to go. The Coast Guard makes arrests, which allow them to collect evidence and information for broader counter-narcotics operations. Destroying boats and killing those aboard means no evidence or information that confers evidence of what was undertaken.
Of course, because they're not trying to leave evidence, because they're committing murder. That's what they're doing in the name of trying to get regime change. And that's why Hegseth needs to go to jail.
Was it even a narcotics operation to begin
Sure
with?
he could, Ozzy Crosby. Sure he could.
It is either a war crime or it's a murder. It is a violation of our law. It is a violation of international law.
Sure, Happy Troll. Sure.
We have a stake.
Absolutely.
In the structure of international law.
You saying that it would be fourth time that he won? You saying it would be the fourth time that he won tells me you're a low-level IQ person.
Because we want our troops to be treated
low-level IQ
in a right manner, not to be executed when they are out of the action, laying wounded on a battlefield, not to be murdered clinging to debris after their boat has been blown up. Our military forces don't summarily execute others because we don't want others to summarily execute our forces. That's the principle involved. So the president's extraterritorial, extrajudicial killings in the Caribbean are terrible policy, terrible principles, and a terrible precedent. And we are in a bizarre moment. Bizarre. President Trump, while saying he's trying to intercept drugs.
Let's hope y'all hit the like, share, and subscribe button. The like, share, and subscribe. We have content like this every day. Please and thank you. Like, share, and subscribe. Please and thank you.
Just pardoned the kingpin who organized the narcotic superhighway that delivered 400 to 500 tons of cocaine to the United States of America. Juan Orlando Hernandez of Honduras, former president, convicted on overwhelming evidence of moving massive drugs to the United States of America, pardoned by President Trump. If you want to stop narcotics, you don't go around releasing the kingpins who organized this devastating assault on our nation. On November 29th, President Trump said that the Venezuelan airspace should be considered closed in its entirety, and commercial flights have been greatly reduced as a result. On December 2nd, Trump said the military strikes would, quote, start very soon, and, quote, we're going to start doing those strikes on land. So we don't have a moment to waste to be here on the floor of the Senate defending the Constitution, to ensure that the will of the people on issues of war are respected. If my colleagues want there to be a declaration of war, then bring that to the floor of the Senate, because that's what the Constitution says. And let's debate that. And let's see if there's a majority vote for that. And let's send it over to the House of Representatives and see if they agree, because we took an oath to the Constitution. Thus, I've come to the floor to ask unanimous consent for the Senate to pass the Prohibiting Unauthorized Military Action in Venezuela Act. Again, I thank my co-sponsors, Senator Kaine and Van Hollen, and also Brooks, Welch, Markey, and Sanders, who are stalwart defenders of the Constitution and the constitutional responsibility for Congress, not the president, to authorize war. The bill prohibits any federal funding from being used for the United States to wage war against Venezuela. To be clear, the bill does not prevent the U.S. from defending itself or its citizens against an armed attack. It does not prevent lawful counter-narcotics operations. It does not prevent humanitarian assistance to the Venezuelan people. But it does protect and defend our Constitution's essential separation of powers. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration of Senate Bill 3344, and the Senate proceed to an immediate consideration. Further, the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I come here, like my colleague, to defend the Constitution of the United States of America. Since George Washington was president and he had to deal with a Congress, every president has had to deal with a Congress or members of Congress who really wanted to be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the United States.
We want them Epstein files. We want them Epstein files. Come on with them. Epstein files. Oh, December 19th. What's today's date? 10th? Yeah. In a week, we should get those Epstein files. I heard there's been a bunch of court discoveries and all kinds of shit saying these files got to be released. Let's hope they get released. But I doubt it. Trump gonna squirm his way, some way, somehow, and then the MAGA's gonna say, it's okay. It's okay, Trump. You ain't gotta show us that you was in them. You ain't gotta show us nothing. That's all the MAGA's gonna say. You ain't gotta. We scared to let everybody know you a pedophile. We scared to let everybody know.
Founding fathers wisely said that that power shall lie in the hands of the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States. Over many, many years, presidents have used military force to protect the United States of America. Indeed, they take an oath that they will do so. Not only do they have the right to do so, they have the duty to do so.
Right.
So, what are we talking?
Yeah, let's see how many files they redacted, and the who is it? The victims already done came out. So what difference would it make? I mean, why would you come out and say, well, we got to protect the victim? You don't need to protect nobody. You don't protect the Democrats. You don't protect the Republicans. We don't want nobody protected. We want everybody exposed. That includes you all's president. But he walking around with his dick in his hand, which tells me he got something up his sleeve. Hey, Natural KIC, hey, how you doing? That tells me he walking around with his dick in his hand, and that tells me he got something up his sleeve when it comes to revealing those doggone files. We got to watch his squirmy tail. December 19th is when those files are supposed to be released.
Talking about here. Donald Trump has made the observation, as has every American, that we are losing tens of thousands of Americans, both young and old alike, to illegal drugs that are brought to this country by terrorist organizations mainly. And as a result of that, we have done, as has been suggested, law enforcement activities within the United States, outside the United States, and we have picked away at it and picked away at it, and it simply has not been effective. What Donald Trump decided to do was to take appropriate military action against an invasion. That invasion comes from those terrorists. They invade the United States of America with boats loaded with this poison. It's distributed around the United States, and it kills tens of thousands of people every year. Now, let's assume that these terrorists, instead of using drugs, were using explosives. If they loaded up one of these boats with explosives and it was headed for the United States of America, and they had a distribution system in place, as they do for drugs right now, and they were distributing these explosives around the United States and killed tens of thousands of people every year, there wouldn't be a peep from anyone about the use of force by the President of the United States to stop this. That is exactly what is going on here. There is no difference whatsoever. The President of the United States, when has ordered the troops, when they determine that there is a boatload of these drugs headed for the United States, to sink the boat and put it on the bottom of the ocean. Now, I'm the senior Republican on the Intelligence Committee, and on this, obviously in this setting, I can't tell you the method or the means, but I can tell you that we have seen absolute, total, 100% proof that every single one of those boats that went down was loaded with drugs. So, as a result of that, the President of the United States has done good work so far in stemming the flow of these drugs to the United States. I have told the President face to face, thank you, Mr. President, for what you're doing. And I want to thank you on behalf of the parents who will not have to early bury one of their children because of the drugs that were coming into this country. Instead, those drugs are laying at the bottom.
And you see they trying to make it so that we get feeling sympathy for these people, sympathy for the people in the country. All y'all just want drug dealers to come to the country. Y'all just want drug dealers to come to our shores. All y'all defending drug dealers. Well, y'all defending a pedophile? I mean, I don't understand. Why you out here talking about we defending drug dealers when you defending a pedophile? Make it make sense, okay? Make it make sense. But the whole point is they ain't letting us see the proof that there are drugs at the bottom of the ocean, that these are drug dealers, that it takes 3-4 gassing ups for them to get here. And the reason why they're getting around declaring war with Venezuela is what they're doing with the boats. They're trying to get around asking Congress to go to war. And they know they got to ask Congress to go to war in order to attack Venezuela, unless they have a different excuse for attacking Venezuela. And the excuse they came up with is that they were coming to the United States with drug boats. And everybody who got a lick of sense knows that they're lying about that.
Of the ocean. Thank you, Mr. President, for what you did. Keep up the good work. Continue to stem the flow of these drugs coming into the United States. The president has the absolute right, and not only that, the absolute duty to do this. If you don't think so, take him to court and sue him. That's what you need to do if you think that that's right. There's no court in the world going to stop him from using military might of the United States to protect the United States, which is exactly what he is doing here. Based upon all that, Mr. President, I object.
Noted.
Would my colleague from
Senator
Idaho
Oregon.
yield to a question?
Does the senator from Idaho yield? He does. Proceed.
I do appreciate you yielding, because too often we have very little debate about these issues. My question is, if the president is trying to stop drugs coming to the United States, why did he pardon the kingpin who built the cocaine superhighway that killed thousands of Americans?
Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Defend this bullshit right here. He just pardoned one of the biggest drug dealers out there. But he care about people and drugs. Right?
To respond.
Senator from Idaho.
I agreed to respond to questions relating to this. There is nothing in this that has anything to do with pardoning or has anything to do with the other country that you're talking about. So I'm not going to engage in debate on that issue.
Senator from Oregon.
Yield to more direct question to the bill at hand.
Very direct, but if the good senator cares to have a direct question, I'll be happy to do that.
Senator does yield.
Well, I did think it was connected, because you said the mission was to stop drugs from getting to the United States. So it seems inconsistent. But if, in fact, there's so much evidence that these boats are moving drugs, why wouldn't it be advantageous to board them, to arrest them, to collect the evidence and the understanding of the broader drug operation? And why wouldn't it be valuable to show the American people the evidence?
We gonna wait till y'all come up with an answer, Republicans. We gonna wait.
Senator from Idaho.
Yeah, Mr. President, Senator, first of all, that has been done over a number of years, and it has proven to be incredibly ineffectual. I've had lengthy discussions with the Secretary of State, who obviously is a person who's been focused on this area of the globe for a long time. And he says that they consider this, the terrorist groups consider this a cost of doing business, that kind of a boarding or what have you. But what's happened is, with those boats being sunk the way they are, with the people who are in the process of launching this attack on the United States are killed, that has drastically lowered the number of boats that are coming to the United States loaded with drugs. This is the most effective way to do it. Bless you, Mr. President, for doing it. Keep it up. Continue to put these drugs on the bottom of the ocean.
Oregon.
Thank you.
Y'all too smart to know that. Well, I don't know if y'all too smart to know that, but y'all should know. Yeah, this is the foolishness. They think we actually believe what he's saying. They're putting all the drugs at the bottom of the ocean. Y'all got to explain to me, and I really need to know this. What law says drug dealers need to be murked? What law says you kill drug dealers? I thought we were supposed to gather the evidence, put them on trial. That was my understanding. Ain't that what they did to the dude that just got pardoned by Donald Trump? Didn't they put him on trial? What? And he was the biggest kingpin. Why would you sink the peons? Why wouldn't you have those peons put in jail? I'm confused. Why we sitting here defending Donald Trump killing drug dealers? I'm confused.
Colleague, for sharing your thoughts. At least there's a little bit of perspective on the difference of our opinions here, but I do appreciate you presenting your thoughts on this topic. Obviously, I see this profoundly differently, and some of my colleagues are here who would like to speak to this issue. Before I yield to them, I will just say simply, there is no justification in international law for executing people on the high seas and then executing survivors clinging to debris. And there's certainly no clarity that there was evidence of the sort my colleague from Idaho suggested, because it certainly hasn't been shown to the American people. And the setting the stage for this broader war on Venezuela, because we're going to have a new policy, a new Monroe Doctrine of the United States simply taking the law into its own hands throughout Latin America, South America, regardless of international law, regardless of treaties, regardless of whether it's even an effective strategy. It is wrong on every level in terms of effectiveness, but it is certainly wrong when it comes to this Constitution of the United States of America. I yield to my colleagues.
Mr. President, thank you, and I thank my colleague, Senator Merkley. I have spoken often on this matter on the floor in the last few months, and I don't want to belabor points that I have previously made and that I'm likely to make again next week when a war powers resolution is called forward. The timeliness of this is imminent. The news has just broken today that President Trump has ordered the seizure of an oil tanker, not a drug running boat, but an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela that has been seized by the United States Coast Guard. Tensions are escalating, and the Senate is asleep on this matter. I want to just ask this question. Why is this war different than all other wars? Why is this war different than all other wars? There are two significant differences that our colleagues need to grapple with. The first is the numerous warnings and indications from this floor, but also from the United States military leadership and our allies, that the war is illegal. The chief legal advisor of Southern Command in August offered opinions before the boat strike started in September that to do so without congressional authorization was illegal. The head of Southern Command, Admiral Halsey, a decorated 30-plus year veteran of the Navy, an admiral who was 1 year into a 3-year tenure as the leader of Southern Command, was forced to retire prematurely, and the reporting is consistent that he was forced to retire because he raised questions about the legality of these strikes. This is not just Democrats on the floor of the Senate questioning the legality of this military operation. It's U.S. military leadership, including high-ranking Pentagon officials, who are jeopardizing their career to stand in support of their oath and defend the Constitution and being relieved of command as a result. Our primary ally in the world, the United Kingdom, has stopped sharing intelligence with the United States on activities in the region because they do not want their intelligence to be used to carry out illegal strikes. The aftermath of the slaughter of survivors clinging to a shipwreck in international waters has occasioned huge concerns in this country. I represent one of the most military states in the nation.
Thank you, Natural KRC, $5. Good evening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do.
And many Virginians are deployed on the carrier strike group in the Caribbean, and their families are asking us about the legality of the mission, how long it will last, what is it designed to accomplish, and they are also asking about why the U.S., with a human rights ethos, would be proudly slaughtering survivors on the open seas. The president has said that video could be available to all. Indeed, the president has made the video of the strike available on his social media account, bragging about it, patting himself on the back about it. But now that we're asking for the full video, not just the first strike, but the second strike as well, where survivors were slaughtered, suddenly the Secretary of Defense is walking it back and saying, we need to protect our sources and methods. You need to protect your sources and methods when you've been turning it into a TV commercial, a social media commercial, showing the world about what a tough guy you are. If you're a tough guy and you think you're proud of this, then let the American people see the entire video. Let them watch struggling survivors struck on the high seas in contravention of American and international laws of war. That's the first reason this war is different from all other wars. The questions raised about their legality are a drumbeat that will not be denied or suppressed. And the second reason, and then I'll hand to my other colleagues, that this war is different than all other wars, is with all of that I've shared with you, and so much more that I'd like to share with you that I can't, because what I know from being in a classified setting. Get this, in the Senate of the United States, the greatest deliberative body in the world, 95 days into a war, has the Senate Armed Services Committee held a single public hearing about this war? Has the Senate Foreign Relations...
Because we cannot depend on the Republicans, because they don't stand for anything. They don't stand against... See, this is the difference between Republicans and Democrats, right? We Democrats, if somebody do something, our president does something we don't like, we will stand against our president. We will put him on blast. We will take him to the news media. We will say we will buck and chuck against whatever he did. These Republicans, the ones that are in the House, Senate right now, they don't stand for nothing. So therefore, we can't hold this president accountable for what he's doing, because nobody is holding him accountable. They all want to get along to go along. They don't want to they don't want to stand for nothing. They don't want to tell him no. They don't want to tell him you're committing treason. They don't want to tell him that sedition shit is bullshit. They don't want to tell him nothing. So therefore, we need to vote them out. We need to vote them out because they're useless if they don't hold. What good are you if you cannot hold your own party accountable? What good are you if you don't call out your own party when they do wrong things? What good are you if you don't do that? You're supposed to be looking out for the American people, not for the beauty and the reputation of your president. What good are you Republicans if you don't call your own guy out? That's why we need to get rid of the Republicans, because they don't stand for nothing.
Committee held a single public hearing about this war. This war is different than all others because at 95 days and counting, 90 people killed, dozens of military strikes, seizing an oil tanker just a few hours ago,
the principal committees in this body.
You all make sure you're hitting the like, share, and subscribe. We have content like this every day. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. No, Brian Lil Bit Frazier, your Republican Party is not standing up for anything. You're accepting everything. You cannot accept everything from your party leader. When he does wrong things, you're supposed to say he's done wrong things. You're not supposed to just sit there and say, "Oh yeah, go on call her Piggy. Go on call her go on call her Miss Piggy. Go on cuss the lady out at the convention. Tell them that they garbage. Tell them they trash." And then you okay with that. You Republicans don't stand for nothing. You let your president do anything. Nobody needs a group of leaders that get to do anything. Yes, we sure are. And you're a zombie, Happy Troll. You're a zombie.
And in the House, charged constitutionally with oversight over matters of war, have been hiding their heads in the sand, afraid to put on the table publicly before the American public what's at stake and the legal rationale. If you're doing something you're proud of, you wouldn't need to hide it. If you're doing something you're proud of, you would be glad to have committee hearings and share the story with the American public.
Like they've been hiding that jobs bill, like they've been hiding the jobs report for the past 3 months. If they were proud of the jobs that they were creating, they would be showing us the jobs report. But they're not, because they know it's terrible. We know that they don't stand for anything. We know that because they would be pushing back. Nobody is pushing back. Nobody. Not nobody. MAGA just riding the wave. Yeah, President Trump, do what you want to. Call people names. Tell people to get out. Do all those things. Call people piggy. Man, I would have quit my job right then and said, I'm finna sue this president for all the fucking money he got. I surely would. If he'd have called me any kind of name in front of everybody, I'd have sued his ass. I'd have sued his ass and my job for harmful, for mental stress on the job because of this president.
The refusal of this body to take this matter up in any meaningful public forum and to shackle members of the Senate who know a lot, but we cannot discuss it because all we know from classified settings, is a demonstration that this administration knows that public scrutiny would make the American public ashamed of what's going on.
Of course, we're ashamed. This president makes us ashamed of him every day. Every day he opens his mouth and says some bullshit. We get ashamed of him every day. It just is what it is. It's a part of the package that we got to deal with.
To make this public, we need to have this debate, and we need the American public to understand what's at stake. And with that, I applaud my colleague for what he's introduced, and I'd like to yield.
Hold on.
The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking my colleague, Senator Merkley, for bringing this resolution before the Senate, and Senator Kaine and colleagues for focusing on this question of war and peace. This is a very simple resolution. It says that no U.S. taxpayer dollars should be spent to go to war against Venezuela absent congressional authorization.
Right.
I just heard the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee say to the Senate, if you're opposed to this, go to court. Last time I checked the Constitution of the United States, it gives Congress, this body, the power to decide questions of war or peace, which is exactly why this resolution is before us, saying that we shall not spend taxpayer dollars going to war against Venezuela unless the Congress invokes that awesome power. Now, I know the President of the United States, when he was asked a couple of months ago whether he had to comply with the Constitution, he said, I don't know. Well, I would hope our colleagues on both sides of the aisle here in the United States Senate would recognize that The president has to comply with the Constitution, and we should fulfill our constitutional responsibilities as well and not run away from them. President Trump is bringing us to the brink of war, a regime change war in our hemisphere, and we are running out of time to stop it. We know the president has already authorized the CIA to conduct operations in Venezuela. We know that we're witnessing the largest naval buildup in the Caribbean in decades. We know, as Senator Kaine just mentioned, that today the United States intercepted a Venezuelan oil tanker bound for Cuba. And we know that for weeks and weeks now, the Trump administration has been striking boats in international waters, killing more than 80 people. Now, the president claims to be going after so-called narco terrorists. But this operation they're conducting is not about drugs. All of us in the Senate want to make sure we address the scourge of drugs in the United States of America. But that is just a cover story presented by the President of the United States.
Because we know we know it's a cover story. He wants to, he cannot go to war with Venezuela just by saying, I want to do a regime change. He has to go get authorization from Congress. He doesn't want to get authorization from Congress, so he's pretending like there are boats out there in the Caribbean with drugs on them, so he can call it some other act of war. That's the only reason why he's doing it. Everybody knows it, except the goofy goofies in the chat called MAGA.
Because if the president really cared about addressing illegal drugs, he wouldn't have proposed deep cuts to the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, nor would he have proposed to shutter entire.
He don't give a damn. The president don't give a damn about no drugs coming to the United States. I said that weeks ago. I said it weeks ago. He don't give a damn about drugs coming to the United States. Because he pardoned drug dealers. He cut all the funding to police officers, to the states. He cut all of that funding, just like he just said. He don't give a damn about that.
Entirely the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force. I serve on the Appropriations Committee. I'm the ranking member of the subcommittee that oversees the Justice Department and some of these operations. The president's budget cuts our investment in those anti-drug operations.
Yep.
They cared about actually reducing the flow of drugs in the United States. The president would not have just pardoned the former Honduran president, who was convicted of drug trafficking and sentenced to 45 years in federal prison. If you want to send a message that we don't want illegal drugs coming into the country, why would you pardon the person who was convicted of doing exactly that?
Yep.
That simply sends a green light to others to go ahead. And in fact, just this week, we learned that President Trump had pardoned a Baltimore drug kingpin.
Yep.
This is somebody whom the DEA called, and I quote, one of the largest cocaine and heroin dealers to be arrested by the DEA in recent history, unquote.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump just pardoned him. So don't tell me, President Trump, that this is about drugs.
Because it's not. Because we know he don't give a damn about it. He don't give a damn about the American people. He don't give a damn about any of that stuff. He never did. Trump is a part of the deep state. They keep saying he's trying to drain the swamp. Trump is the swamp. Trump is the biggest thing under the water in the swamp. He's under the water because he doesn't want the goofy MAGA crowd to know that he's no good, to know that he don't give a damn. He is in the swamp.
In fact, we also know that fentanyl, which is primarily fueling the drug overdose deaths in America, is not originating or transiting through Venezuela. The fentanyl is typically manufactured in Mexico with precursors from China.
Right.
It is true that Venezuela has become a source of cocaine, but even that is mainly bound for destinations in Europe and West Africa.
Once he figured out he could get money, moolah, from the United States citizens, he got a big old purse that he could just take money out of every time he wanted to. Fill the banquet hall up. All that money went into his pocket. Let's tear down the White House. Let's put all of my name all over the goddamn ballroom. Let's put Trump's name all over. I bet you somewhere in that damn ballroom, he ain't even got enough decency not to put his name on nothing. He gonna put his name on some shit. He ain't even gonna have the decency not to do that.
So that's not what this is about. This is about...
No, don't come in here with the bullshit, Jim Kovacs. Your president sells pardons. That and that alone should make him impeachable. Your president sells pardons. That makes him trash and impeachable.
Their efforts to engage in
Don't
regime
talk about
change.
Biden. It's Biden.
The Trump administration has concocted this fanciful legal theory that it is engaged in an armed military conflict with these drug boats and drug runners. In fact, we've seen, as my colleagues say, the President of the United States releasing these videos where they're blowing up these drug boats and killing people as if they are engaged in a military conflict with the United States Navy. That simply is not true. They are engaged in criminal activity, but their purpose is not to...
If I had my choice today, it would probably be Beto O'Rourke.
Engage the United States militarily. Far from it. And I would just ask my colleagues how we would react if another country began bombing boats with U.S. citizens on them and then claiming that those boats were being used by U.S. citizens to transport drugs. Even if that were the truth, what would we say if the other country claimed that they would be at war with those American citizens?
Right.
I think we would see it as a hostile act. I know that we would. Now, even if you take the Trump administration...
I'm not typing anything. I'm just talking. I don't even see... Okay.
Administration's framing here, which we're engaged in a military conflict, then it is...
You sound crazy as hell, Happy to troll. You sound crazy as hell. You sound crazy as hell. That's how retarded you sound.
Fact that the video, which has been well reported, indicates that some of the survivors of the first attack on September 2nd were seeking help. Here's what Congressman Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, had to say about those survivors, that they were, quote, basically two shirtless people clinging to the bow of a capsized and inoperable boat, drifting in the water until the missiles come and kill them.
Wow. And that's the whole gist of it. We have somebody, they introduced articles of impeachment on Hegseth today. So they introduced those articles of impeachment. And they introduced the articles of impeachment against RFK too, because they have all kinds of I guess evidence, him changing food color, dye, taking cancer research away, all kinds of things. So he has an article of impeachment put on him. So I believe every cabinet member is going to be indicted in some way, shape, or form. In some way, shape, or form. Hegseth, Cash Patel. Cash Patel is just spinning like a drunken sailor, flying his girlfriend everywhere, got his girlfriend protection, all kinds of weird shit. Bondi putting inept and unqualified end up in unqualified lawyers on cases when they're not supposed to be on cases, and then that will get you disbarred. When you put somebody up and say you vouch for this person and says this person is supposed to be your lawyer, supposed to be in the District of Columbia lawyer or whatever, state's attorney for that, and you put that person up, you're the person that's in charge of that, you can get disbarred when that person violates a whole bunch of stuff. And so far, so good, that Halligan child looks like she may be disbarred. And on top of that, Bondi for signing off on her can be disbarred. And right now, they just introduced some articles, or they're going to introduce some kind of articles against Kristi Noem. I forgot about that. Kristi Noem, let me look that up. They gonna do something with Kristi Noem too.
So as my colleague said, Mr. President, if Donald Trump has nothing to hide here, he should provide the full videos to the Congress and to the American people. But that would be a war crime only if you take the framework presented by the Trump administration, which is that we're at war with these boats. But we're not. And what that means is that these are simply extrajudicial.
Y'all got to watch this shit. This is the y'all got to watch this shit right here. What in the fuck is going on right here? Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. What is going on with this? Hold on. Y'all hold on. Here she go. When they start handing out American money like this.
Appreciate it. And Kirk is in a leadership position here as FSD at the Tampa airport, and we so appreciate all that he does every day to get up and to keep people safe here. Today, we have an exciting announcement. As you know, the TSA is tasked with keeping people safe while they travel on our airlines, and they go through our airport security systems and do a phenomenal job.
When the hell they start handing out checks to workers? When the hell this start happening?
Year round, day after day. TSA is under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security. And over a month ago, we had a Democrat shutdown in Washington, D.C. that resulted in all of these individuals behind me and many, many more across the country not receiving their paychecks. The Democrat shutdown was devastating to them financially, to their families, to taking care of those that they love and putting food on the table and roof over their head each and every day. It negatively impacted the lives of millions of Americans, including the hardworking employees at the Transportation Security Administration. So today, we get the opportunity to do something different. Now that the government is open and operating, these individuals behind us, they continue to serve regardless of their situation and to keep people safe, getting paid, and the government was shut down. Despite those shameful partisan games, our TSA employees showed up every single day and went above and beyond to serve the American people. Now, we've made some exciting
This ain't no back pay.
announcements at TSA recently. You've seen me in the last few weeks announce a $1 billion investment into new technology that will be deployed across the country at our security checkpoints to increase not just security systems for individuals that use our airlines, but also will make their jobs easier and more efficient. And they'll be able to focus on those that travel, but also know that the technology that they're using is streaming process to help them get people.
And they giving out $10,000 checks. $10,000 checks. But I forgot I forgot that they were gonna that a judge is considering holding her in contempt of court because of the shit that her and her crew have done. I forgot.
Friends, Judge James Boasberg, the Chief Judge of Federal District Court in Washington, D.C., just issued an order setting an evidentiary hearing to try to decide if Kristi Noem or one or more other Trump administration officials intentionally defied his order such that they should be held in contempt. His order involved trying to put a stop to what turned out to be an unconstitutional deportation of a plane full of Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador to be delivered to a terrorism prison, CCOT, in El Salvador. Judge Boasberg set a hearing at which he will examine witnesses from the government to see who, if anyone, intentionally defied his order, such that he should consider holding them in contempt. So, friends, I just sat down with independent journalist Adam Klasfeld of All Rise News to talk about Judge Boasberg's new order and to discuss what this upcoming evidentiary hearing might look like. I hope you enjoy this extended conversation with Adam Klasfeld.
We're not doing that extended conversation. The extended conversation is this. Kristi Noem, remember back when we first started deportations, y'all? Back in February, we started those deportations. Kristi Noem, them, they were sending people to foreign countries. They were just putting people on planes and sending them away. Remember when they were doing that? And remember when we kept hearing in the news that the president kept ignoring those orders, those orders to bring that one dude back, that young dude? The president kept ignoring bringing those people back from those places that they sent them. Kristi Noem was given the order to tell him, don't remember. Don't pay attention to the court. Back in February and what's his name? Garcia. What's his name? That one guy who went to prison all the way to Venezuela's prison, that Garcia guy. Remember that they deported him and he went all the way to this prison or some shit, and they wouldn't bring him back because they kept saying that the prison wouldn't let him come back. This judge is now considering the fact that a whistleblower came out and said that Trump and Kristi Noem, told all the people under them to ignore the judge and tell the judge anything the judge say, y'all just ignore and keep with the deportations without giving them due process. Now there's a whistleblower who worked in the DOJ or wherever this is at, who worked there. This whistleblower saying that Kristi Noem and the president was ignoring the judge when the judge told him to bring that Garcia guy back. So they were ignoring him, and it sent some paperwork that they sent out that everybody should ignore the president and ignore the order for the judge said to bring that boy back. So now it's in trouble. Now Kristi Noem is in trouble. Kristi Noem is in trouble because she ignored it. Hold on.
Adam, first of all, welcome, and thank you for jumping on with us. Can you kind of bring everybody up to speed, I guess, starting with March 15th?
Just bring us up to speed. March 15th. This is when the deportations ramped up.
When everything kind of broke loose in this, what seems to be hastily put together deportation of Venezuelans to El Salvador and ultimately into that terrorism prison, CCOT, in El Salvador.
Shut your dumb ass up, Johnny Owen. Shut your dumb ass up. Y'all be killing me when you walk in the damn door and then just because you don't like what's being said, you start talking stupid shit. You shut your dumb ass up. Just goofy. Zombie.
Absolutely. March 15th is the consequential date, the date of an emergency hearing before Judge Boasberg to determine whether to order the flights back. And that's exactly what Judge Boasberg did on March 15th. There were hundreds of Venezuelans and others hustled onto planes bound for CCOT prison in El Salvador, that terrorism prison where many reported torture. And ever since that time, instead, after the planes landed, ignoring the order of Judge Boasberg, there has been litigation. It started out with appellate litigation. Let me take a step back. It started out with litigation over what to do about the alleged defiance. And Judge Boasberg could not have tailored a more narrow order. What he effectively said is, I find probable cause that that my orders have been violated, and probable cause for criminal contempt. That initiated a process to find out who violated his orders in particular. But that inspired appellate litigation. In the interim, I'm sure everyone watching this right now remembers when the whistleblower, Erez Ruveni, stepped forward and gave a little bit of the backstory and said that Emil Bovee, who was Trump's former lawyer, then a senior Justice Department official, instructed prosecutors to be ready to tell the judiciary F you. In the interim, Emil Bovee, his juggernaut to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, is not slowed. The Senate refuses to get more information about it, the GOP-controlled Senate. And the two Trump-appointed judges in the D.C. Circuit overturned the probable cause finding. However, the en banc D.C. Circuit, without disturbing that order, says that order allows Judge Boasberg to continue the contempt proceedings, finds essentially by a majority that he did nothing wrong, contrary to what this three-judge panel said. And this week, Judge Boasberg is going full steam ahead after getting two declarations, one by Emil Bovee, now a Third Circuit judge, and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem. And we'll go into the particulars of that order soon.
Yeah, so what a great recap of kind of where we started and where we are presently. And I think, there were some jurisdictional niceties about whether Judge Boasberg and Washington, D.C. was the proper forum to bring this challenge. But the bottom line is, Judge Boasberg is able to explore whether the Trump administration defied his court orders such that he should contemplate, contempt against one or more Trump officials. And let me just kind of put an exclamation point on some of what you said and some of what we expect to hear, because in this new order by Judge Boasberg, he orders that two people, at least for...
No, the problem with you, Pat Yeager, is you like to present. Y'all don't know how to stay on subject. You never know how to stay on subject, ever. Never do you do that. You come in the chat talking dumb, first of all. Not dumb, I'm sorry. Talking like a zombie. And the whole point is you never come in with facts. You only want to come in with your feelings. How is it that you always come in the door? Oh, y'all want to defend killers instead of letting Trump do his job. You come in and say dumb shit like that. You can't come in the door and say stuff like that and you don't have any facts. I usually present stuff that is in the news, which is probably fact. You all come in and you want to call all the people in the chat dumb or idiots because they don't believe in what you say. I'm the only person that can call you a zombie, though.
Openers will be testifying at hearings that will be conducted on consecutive days. Those two people are first, as you mentioned, Erez Ruveni.
See, Kristi Noem gave all of the people that were below her orders not to do anything the judge said. She told them to ignore whatever the judge said. We're going to do what we want to do. We're going to ignore the judge. And now the judge has an idea that you guys have been ignoring what he told you. And so therefore now they're going to be in contempt of court because they have a whistleblower who was working underneath all of y'all. And he came and he said there was an email or there was some kind of memo passed around that said, don't do anything the judges say. Do whatever the Trump administration tells you to do. Those people on the planes going to all those foreign countries, we just going to ignore the judge. That's the whole point. Kristi Noem ignored the judge when he said, bring those prisoners back. So now Kristi Noem is in trouble.
who
and the
is
people that are
the,
underneath her.
they called him a whistleblower. He was just a long time, well-regarded DOJ lawyer who was trying to do his level best. And what he said, I pulled it up in some of the reporting, is that Bove, who I believe was then the deputy attorney general or the acting deputy attorney general, said that the planes filled with Venezuelans, who the Supreme Court has since, I believe, indicated did not have their full due process rights honored. Bove said those planes need to take off no matter what. And then, after a pause, this is the retelling by Ruvini, he also told everyone in attendance, if some court should issue an order preventing that, we may have to consider telling the court, and I quote, fuck you. That's not the stuff we expect to hear from attorneys general, the number 2 person in the Department of Justice, who himself was previously a federal prosecutor and who now, horrifically, in my opinion, is actually a Federal Circuit Court of Appeals judge. But against that backdrop, Adam, let's talk about the new order and what Judge Boasberg has now put in place with respect to the upcoming hearings.
Absolutely. So I have his order in front of me, and he starts it out by saying that the government has submitted cursory declarations from Secretary Kristi Noem, and then at the Department of Justice, attorneys then at the Department of Justice who have advised her. And he said, and I quote Judge Boasberg, as this declaration does not provide enough information for the court to determine whether her decision was a willful violation of the court's order, the court cannot at this juncture find probable cause that her actions constituted criminal contempt, hence this hearing. So by submitting a declaration that looks like this is the cursory declaration submitted by Kristi Noem, disclosing only that she made a decision to continue the transfer under the Alien Enemies Act, and that she received legal advice. He is bringing forward this hearing. It recalls the meme, congratulations, you played yourself. She didn't give enough information, and so he is searching for more information. And who does he go to? The people who's, since the time of Erez Ruveni's declaration, where he revealed that exchange that you talked about, Glenn. He's also been on 60 Minutes. We know his story. It's a dramatic story. It's going to be now testified to under oath should the petitioners produce him on Monday. And also the next day, the judge will hear from a current acting.
Well, they haven't been in front of the Supreme Court, so that's neither here nor there. They haven't been in the ultimate Supreme Court. I'm assuming they might be heading that way now, but that's the whole. Again, it's just another attempt by the Democratic Party to hinder the efforts being put forth by people that the American. Okay, Jesus. Another one who don't get it. I don't get it.
Justice Department lawyer Drew Ensign. So that is what this order, has two.
Biden did it, y'all. Biden did it. Biden did it in the chat. We done seen how many times we done heard him mention Biden. Biden did it. Can't do nothing without mentioning Biden. Biden did it. It's all Biden fault. Ain't got nothing to do with them. The president ain't none of the bad stuff got to do with President Trump. All the good stuff got to do with President Trump. No bad stuff got to do with President Trump. Biden did it. Biden did it. He did everything. He did all the bad stuff. Trump did all the good stuff. Biden did it. Biden did it. That's all you hear.
2 days of hearings up ahead where we're going to get some answers. And the stakes are huge. Will a federal judge find that the Secretary of Homeland Security, that there's probable cause to find her in criminal contempt? This now has...
It's Kristi Noem, of course. Kristi Noem, of course.
As you noted, a sitting Third Circuit judge mixed up in this, who also submitted a declaration. I have it right here, highlighted in part. Emil Bovee, what will the judge find federal appellate court judge, not in his jurisdiction, but in another jurisdiction, that his role in this was when he was PA DAG, when he was a senior Justice Department attorney reporting to Todd Blanche. So this is an extraordinary ruling, and this entire saga that began in March that goes right to the core of whether the Trump government is going to follow or thumb their nose at the courts is really coming to.
What? Hey, the Jacker, you came into the. You put in the chat one good thing that Trump did. Put one good thing in the chat that Trump did. Put one good thing. I dare you. Put one good thing in the chat. One good thing in the chat.
To a head.
And if I recall accurately, during his confirmation hearings, not to go off on Emil Bove for all that long, when he was asked whether he recalled telling the assembled DOJ lawyers that if, judges.
Y'all can't just be saying any old thing. We got to know what you're talking about. Multiple trade deals. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Is issued rulings that were not to their liking or orders that were not to their liking, they would have to consider saying F you to the judge. I believe his answer was, I don't recall, which frankly was confirmation.
So you mean to tell me the subsidies of the Obamacare, paying those out to the employers, that was fraud? Obama subsidies going out to the insurance companies is fraud?
Enough for me. And let me add parenthetically, because this has always stuck in my craw in the Trump era. I don't recall it.
He didn't close the border. He didn't close the border. Jesus, he didn't close the border. How they don't know he didn't close the border? Just be talking.
Is not a perjury proof.
No, we don't care about cultural things, Tony Tigers. We're talking about making the economy better for everybody. Everybody, not just appeasing you retards who care about men in the bathroom. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the whole country. Man, that's not a good thing. I don't even understand why you would even mention women in sports or bathrooms or prison. That's not a good thing for everybody. I'm saying something good for everybody.
Answer, Adam, if I'm put on the stand, either in Congress, and it doesn't even have to be under oath in Congress, or in a grand jury, or in a trial, and I am asked the following question, Mr. Kirshner, what's your middle name? I don't recall. And my middle name is relevant. It is material. It is of consequence to the issue being decided, being litigated. I've just committed the crime of perjury, or in Congress, a 1001 violation named after the federal criminal statute, 18 U.S.C. 1001. So, no, I do not recall is not a perjury-proof answer. If you do recall, and I am quite sure Emil Bove recalled what he said.
We ain't got nothing, but you got to understand one thing. This country has flourished under Democratic rule. When Democrats run the government, this country does good as a whole. When Democrats run this country. When Republicans run this country, you do less better than Democrats. 77 million jobs created under Democrats, 29 million under Republicans. Okay? So let's get that straight, shall we? Let's get it straight. Every time a Democrat has gotten in charge, a Democrat has smoothed out the rough edges that you Republicans got us started with. I don't understand how y'all don't get that giving tax cuts to the rich and taking the money from the poor helps this country. I don't understand. I don't understand how y'all don't get that. I just don't understand how you don't get that. But then they'll say that's the biggest thing that they do. They always do tax cuts. Always do tax cuts. And then we have a tax cut burden every time. Every time under a Republican. Every time adding to the deficit 2-3 times bigger than a Democrat. Every time.
Said in that room full of DOJ lawyers. Of course, Mr. Ruvini.
That's something I don't even need to prove to you guys. That's all you got to do is look up the history. That's all you got to do is look up the history. Okay? That's all somebody got to do is look up the history. That's all you got to do. I ain't gotta prove nothing to you. That you Google is everybody's friend. Google is everybody's friend. Just look it up. Don't believe me, look it up. And Biden's 9% inflation, that was in 2002. And then he got it down to 3%. Okay? And now it's rising under Donald Trump, which is wild. Tax cut make more jobs. No, they don't. No, they don't. Otherwise, we'd be seeing those 3 job reports that man should have gave us for the past 3 months. Tax cuts came into effect in freaking May. We've been hemorrhaging at least 40, 50,000 jobs a month. What are you talking about, Yeager? What are you talking about? Ain't nobody giving out no jobs.
He has come forward and has told what he
3% is impressive, blast phantom. The ideal inflation is 2.3. Biden got it down to 3 from 9. Of course it's impressive. But then again, your precious, who is it? I don't even want to say. Your precious, radical, criminal, degenerate president tells you that Biden is bad for the economy, and you goofies believe it. Biden did more than Trump will ever do. You know how you rolling down the street, and then there's a big gigantic on the ditch by the side of the road. You know, one of them things that is a ditch, and then there's a tunnel, and then there's somebody's driveway, and then there's another tunnel, and then a ditch, right? Well, Trump ran us into the ditch, and then Biden steered us almost out of the ditch. We were almost out of the ditch. But then again, you all decided that you wanted to hire the same man who put us in the ditch before. Now you really seeing the ditch. Now you're really seeing the ditch. Because just because you keep saying food prices went down, don't mean it's true. Just because you keep saying X, Y, and Z doesn't mean it's true. Okay? That's the one thing you got to understand. Just because you say it, don't make it true. Biden got it down to 3%. And it was at 9.7%. It was at 9.7%. Biden got it down to 3%. Now your president is letting it go higher. Food is not down. We know it's not down. I just went to the store and saw some beef. I know it ain't down. You're lying. You're lying. See, this is the gaslight tactics, y'all. This is the gaslight tactics that we get from MAGA. Like, we don't respond to Donald Trump's voice. We don't respond to Fox News. We don't. So we don't believe you. We go outside the house. We touch grass. We actually go to the grocery store and see that the food is not lower. We actually go to the gas station and see that the gas is at a regular, normal, everyday price. We actually go see, okay? We don't listen to our what do we call them? Degenerate, low-life, shitty president. We don't believe him. When he speaks, we don't go all zombie-like. We don't open our mouths, put our arms out, and glaze over in the eye to believe anything Fox News says or anything this president says. President says Biden is bad, you guys believe it. This is a question I got for y'all. Why hasn't anybody in the Democratic Party that worked with Hillary Clinton, no, worked with Obama or worked with Biden, ever been indicted? Like your degenerate, criminally minded, corrupted president says they're criminally minded and corrupt. He says they're criminally minded and corrupt. Why is it nobody in their administration has been arrested for any kind of felony, any kind of fraud, any kind of anything? No. I'm asking you, who in the Obama and the Biden administration has been arrested for anything like fraud or corruption? Please explain. Please explain. Oh, no. Ain't no they got pardoned. Ain't nobody got pardoned that was that got convicted. Ain't nobody did that. Don't pull that. Okay? Don't pull that. You should never mention pardon and your president who sells pardons. You should never get your part. You should never ever mention pardon when your president sells pardons. Ever. Never. You should never send that because your president is corrupt and he's trash.
He recalled happening in that meeting. Famously, now he appeared on 60 Minutes, but this is going to be different because he's going to.
Yeah, of course. If you don't get caught, then you ain't caught. Now, right? That's just dumb. If I ain't caught, then I ain't did nothing wrong. Ain't that what y'all say about Donald Trump? Ain't that what y'all say when he accepted that $400 plane? He ain't got caught, so he ain't guilty. He ain't selling no pardons. He ain't got caught. He ain't guilty. He ain't scamming nobody with them Bibles and them cups and them shoes and them socks and all that. He ain't scamming nobody. No. My guy is honest as the day long. No.
To be under oath. He's going to be examined. We'll talk about what those examinations might look like in a minute, but presumably he's going to tell his story again, consistent with what we all saw him say.
And yet ain't nobody went to jail. That's the beautiful part. Nobody has went to jail. I just said, y'all show me somebody in the Obama administration or the Trump administration that got arrested and finna do felony time. That's all I'm asking. If you don't got nobody, you just ain't got nobody. But see, I'm trying to explain to you that your shitty president said that they were all corrupt. If they were so obviously corrupt, why ain't none of them went to jail? That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying nothing else.
On 60 Minutes. And then let's.
I mean, like Pete Hegseth ordered those people to get killed. Like Pete Hegseth said, kill them all. Kill them all, y'all. You don't like that. Like real obvious shit. I want to know, what Democrat do you know? Just some obvious shit, right? That's all we want to know. You come up with anybody that was close to Obama, anybody that was in his inner circle, anybody who was in the inner circle of, let me see, President Biden, anybody in the inner circle, the administration, anybody in the administration that went to prison, went to jail because they were so corrupt. Somebody please explain that to me. If your Lord and Savior, Donald Trump, says they're corrupt and they're terrorists and they're all this stuff, wow. I would think it would be easy to put these people in jail. I would think it would be easy.
Let's turn to the next witness. The first witness, as you
seeing is how you don't have it, then shut the hell up about corrupt Democrats, because you don't know no corrupt Democrats, and you don't know anything about the Democrats being corrupt. Just because your Lord and Savior says they are, doesn't mean they are.
You said Erez Ruvini is going to testify at 9:30 in the morning on December 15th, but then we get to the 16th, and it's Drew Ensign. He's going to testify at 2 p.m. And, he's got a little bit of baggage that he's bringing.
You sound goofy, Windwalker. What proof do they have? They threw Comey's they threw out Comey's case. They didn't have a case. Threw out Letitia James' case. They didn't have a case. You're goofy. They don't have any cases. And nobody has went against the law or did anything against the law that were close to Biden or Obama. But see, we got a whole bunch of indictments coming down the pike for a bunch of cabinet members. We got a bunch. Don't know one Democrat. And because your Lord and Savior said, Democrats are corrupt. Democrats take all the money. Democrats do X, Y, and Z. It's Democrats. It's Biden, y'all. It's Biden. Biden and the Democrats is corrupt. Biden and the Democrats is in the swamp. Even though Trump is a part of the swamp too. He's a part of the swamp too. He just convinced you all that he wasn't. That's all. He just convinced you all that he wasn't.
Into the courtroom and to the witness stand with him. What is it that he has been accused of in some of the other cases in which he has appeared as a DOJ lawyer?
Well, he is the kind of go-to DOJ senior attorney. He has argued in this case, which is
USA was a slush fund for Democrats. Y'all see the slander. Y'all see the garbage. Why ain't nobody in jail? Why ain't Obama been out of office about how long Obama been out of office? And they used USA for slush fund. Y'all explain to me why ain't nobody went to jail? Why ain't nobody went to jail if this was a slush fund? Because y'all don't have no proof. You just listening to your corrupt leader tell you this stuff and you believe everything he says.
why he's being brought to the stand. If I recall correctly, he's also been in Kilmar Abrego Garcia's civil proceedings. And so there is, in this case, the history of...
It's fat. It's coming. We'll wait. But I think it'll have to come after everybody that's in this administration that's corrupt, including your president. Your president ran for president because he was trying to avoid jail. If he makes it through these 4 years and he gets out of office, he's going to prison. He's going to prison. That's the problem. He's going to prison. He's corrupt. He's a part of the swamp. He's a part of the deep state. But he convinced you all that he wasn't. That's why I call you zombies, because you believe everything this president says, even though you have no proof of the president. Yeah, I just want one. I just want one inner circle person that was close to Obama, close to Biden. Tell me which one went to prison. And that will prove that Biden and Obama, they corrupt. But you can't. They tried to impeach Biden when he was in office, and they didn't have anything to impeach him with. Just wild. Just wild. No, they were impeaching Biden, and they didn't have enough to impeach him. They didn't have enough to impeach him. That's why I say you're zombies. You need to start thinking outside of wherever you get information from. That's the homework assignment I give you all. Please come back and let me know when you have somebody in the inner circle of Trump or Biden, or no, Obama and Biden. Please come back when you got somebody in the inner circle who's going to be convicted and tried for a felony. Please come back and let me know, because I ain't found one person yet. But we did find two people who got articles of impeachment read to them today. That's Hegseth and RFK Jr. I'll wait. But the next time you come in here talking shit, you better have that person who was convicted and tried. We did say the inner circle. We did say the cabinet member we were talking about the cabinet members. We weren't talking about somebody's brother or sister. We're talking about cabinet members, okay? This is what we're talking about. Somebody in the inner circle of Obama, inner circle of Biden, that is going to be arrested, tried, and convicted. Because every time I go on that freaking shitty ass Truth Social, that's all I see. Barack Obama gonna be indicted. When you goofies already gave this president presidential immunity, which means Barack Obama ain't never going to jail either. I don't need no facts. I'm asking you for facts, deal mine. I'm asking you for facts. Every time I turn around, you guys say Democrats are corrupt. Democrats are stealing money. Democrats are X, Y, and Z. Not now one of y'all got proof. Not now one of y'all got proof. Not none of y'all got proof. You just talking, so don't nobody believe you. Next time you show up, have the proof. Instead of running your mouth about what Biden done did, what Obama done did, have your proof. Have your proof. Otherwise, we don't want to hear your mouth because you don't have any proof. And you don't have any proof that Obama was a piece of shit either. So you're still talking shit. Talking shit. You all hit the like, share, and subscribe button. We have content. Proof is everywhere. It's everywhere. Absolutely. Absolutely. Proof is everywhere. So bring your proof. Next time you come in here talking shit, bring your proof. Don't just run your mouth. Bring your proof that Obama is a piece of shit. Bring your proof that Letitia James is guilty. Bring your proof. Don't run your mouth. Bring your proof. Yeah, sure. Please bring the proof. Wait a minute, hold up. Did A.G. Holder go to prison? Wait a minute, hold up. Did A.G. Holder go to prison? Did he get indicted for something that I don't know about? I'm confused. I'm confused. A.G. Holder and Obama got caught running guns. I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm confused. Hit the like, share, and subscribe button. We have content like this every day. We only bring up facts. We don't bring up the rambling, mindless jibber jabber of MAGA who don't come up with any proof. Because it's always Biden did it. Biden did it. Biden did it. Every time y'all open your mouth. Biden did it. Obama did it. Obama is a communist. Obama did it. No. Come with your facts. Come with facts. And we'll be right here waiting for you when you present the facts. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.